may be aware that Alaska Airlines has a luggage delivery guarantee. Well, apparently it's not that guaranteed. The head of Alaska Airlines made an embarrassing confession. His own airline misplaced his luggage. UPI says Chief Executive Bradley Tilden admitted on stage last week at an airline summit in Washington, D.C., that his own airline misplaced his luggage on his flight to Washington, and it was delivered to him the next day. Mr. Tilden said the airline lost his luggage on one other occasion, a quarter century ago. A 2014 report, by the way, by the IT firm SITA indicates lost luggage was at an all-time low last year. Alaska Airlines offers a guarantee pledging customers will receive their luggage within 20 minutes of reaching their gates. The airline said customers whose bags are not returned in time are awarded a $25 credit toward a future flight or 2,500 miles toward the airline's reward program. Mr. Tilden, by the way, did not say whether he will claim that compensation. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It's a familiar story across South Carolina.
Our neighbors helped us get out.
Rescued from their home as it flooded fast. Know it'll be sunny today. The nightmare isn't over.
The rain has stopped, but high water levels are still driving concerns about the potential for more dam breaches. Already a total of 18 dams across the state have broken, 9 of them here in the Midlands section of South Carolina. Residents have learned all too quickly how fast the water can rise.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Forest Acres. Hundreds of roads and bridges remain closed. 1,000 people are in shelters. And the irony amid all the flooding, about 40,000 people have lost drinkable water. The stormy weather is now blamed for 12 deaths in the Carolinas. California has become the 5th state to allow terminally ill people to commit suicide. But only if 2 doctors determine they're mentally sound, have less than 6 months to live, and they'd have to administer the drugs themselves.
Only a third of people who actually get the medication actually take it. It's just knowing that the option is there that brings people an incredible amount of peace.
State lawmaker Democrat Susan Eggman. Opponents say it puts the terminally ill at a risk of coerced death. President Obama, who called for stricter gun laws hours after that massacre at an Oregon community college last week, will visit Roseburg, Oregon Friday to meet with victims and family members of those killed.
A law enforcement official has said that in a manifesto left behind by the shooter, Christopher Harper Mercer writes that he's the sane one. Everyone around him is unstable. And he rants about never having a girlfriend. The shooter's mother also reportedly admitted to police that her son had mental health problems.
That's Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal. He had killed 9 people, and then he was shot by police. An 11-year-old boy is charged with murder in Jefferson County, Tennessee, and could be tried as an adult. He's accused of shooting his 8-year-old neighbor after the little girl wouldn't let him see her puppy. Then the 11-year-old boy went and got his daddy's shotgun, and police say killed her in her yard. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 57 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Classes resumed today at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down that campus in the early evening. School officials say the threat was received yesterday, forcing students and staff in the evening to be evacuated. Those classes canceled while police searched the building. An all clear was given late last night. Students will be out of school again in suburban McHenry as a teacher strike there enters day 4. A school board meeting held last night was only supposed to last an hour, but supporters for both sides turned out in large numbers for a chance to sound off. The Monday night meeting came on the heels of a 12-hour bargaining session. Teachers and the board at odds over insurance contributions and the size of raises. Members of the City Council Black Caucus are calling on Mayor Emanuel to fire Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy.
We have all supported Superintendent McCarthy in the past, and I think it's just gotten to the point where in all of our wards, we're not happy with the results that we're seeing.
Third Ward Alderman Pat Dowell, they say the leader of the police department has not done enough to prevent crime and violence in their wards. A large group of Chicago public students fed up with budget cuts that led to layoffs in districts walked out of their classes at Roosevelt High School. They were also joined by some of their counterparts from Schurz and Foreman High Schools. Police are investigating after the body of an elderly man was pulled from Lake Michigan. The victim, discovered near Montrose Harbor yesterday, pronounced dead at the scene. State Senator Mike O'Connelly of Lisle taking a second job. He'll chair the state campaign organization for Republican presidential candidate Marco Rubio. Consumer and credit and debit card numbers may have been swiped at 7 of Donald Trump's hotels, including one here in Chicago. Hotel company says hackers got access to its systems between May of 2014 and June of 2015 at the front desk of those hotels. Restaurant and gift shops were hacked too. There's no evidence that any information has been misused as of yet. Today's a day that many who love McDonald's have been waiting for a long time. Fast food giant starts serving breakfast all day long today. Cubs visit Pittsburgh Wednesday night for the National League wildcard game. Bears' first win of the season came at a cost as center Will Montgomery is done for the season with a fractured fibula. Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks tonight at the UC, and the Blackhawks begin defense of their Stanley Cup title tomorrow night against the Rangers. The news, a service of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. In Sheboygan, Wisconsin, there really is no traffic, and the weather is always perfect for something. Biking, surfing, art museums, culinary experiences, and fun. All just a couple of hour drive away. Get out-of-town information at visitsheboygan.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry MyPillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
To get your 2 MyPillows for the price of one, call 800-489-0201 and please use the promo code Amy. Or you can go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Amy. That's 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Either way, don't forget the promo code AMY.
5:06. Let's get an update on the roads at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center and say good morning to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. On the Ryan Expressway outbound, the express lanes have now reopened. There's still some road work in place between 59th and 63rd and also between 91st and the Split. On the inbound side, things are looking good right now. There is in Arlington Heights still ongoing activity. Waverly Court near Dundee and Wilkie after an overnight fire. Crews remain at the scene. There are blockages in that area. Deerfield Road is down to 1 lane between Heather and Deer Spring Pool Road. This is not far from Waukegan Road. This is after a crash involving a downed pole last night. Elsewhere on the expressways and tollways right now, things are looking pretty good. No delays or crashes to report. 390 westbound. There's a right lane closure from Roselle to Rodenberg, and the construction shifts to the left lane, Rodenberg to Lake Street. Traffic serves TCF Bank. No matter if you're saving for something practical or for someone special, TCF is in rhythm with your heart. Make your goals a reality with a TCF Bank checking, savings, or money market account. Learn more. Visit tcfbank.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Clouds breaking for some sunshine. It will be warmer. Today's high 70. Partly cloudy tonight, low 55. Plenty of sunshine tomorrow, high 70. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
56 right now at O'Hare, 56 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 5:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering, a Chicago holiday party tradition. Visit tastycatering.com to see new holiday catering menus. That's tastycatering.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We start with the Cubs, who are on a plane bound for Pittsburgh for Wild Card Wednesday, and a lot of fans here are on their way there.
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley.
On the campaign trail today, Hillary Clinton appeared to have new wind in her sails, given an opening after a political gaffe by a top Republican.
This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that.
When you say Kevin McCarthy doesn't speak, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, in general, we need a speaker who speaks.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Time to get up, Dan, with a laugh like that.
Yeah.
Breakfast is ready, honey.
That'll scare you right out of bed. Fun-loving Hillary from over the weekend, she's gone. And the shrill, angry, vindictive, vast right-wing conspiracy Hillary, which is my favorite Hillary, by the way.
Uh-huh.
She's back.
That's the one you're going to dress up as for Halloween, right? That version of Hillary?
Yeah, they're multiplying.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
Yeah, so she took to the Today Show yesterday.
Coming off of her Saturday Night Live performance, the NBC Love Fest continues.
Right, and she is kind of trying to take a page out of President Obama's book and be morally indignant in lieu of answering the relevant questions about a particular issue or particular controversy. And that's what she did yesterday when she appeared on the Today Show and spoke about Benghazi.
Look at the situation they chose to exploit, to go after me for political reasons. The death of 4 Americans in Benghazi.
Yeah, she said that yesterday. She said she would have never done it.
Oh, no, never. She'll take the high road.
She kind of dusted off the moral indignation that she had prior to her famous Senate committee appearance, where she said, of course, at this point, what difference does it make? After explaining that it does make a difference, because the whole point of the committee was to try and assess what happened so it doesn't happen again. That's what you do when you make a colossal error, a catastrophic error in judgment, and then try and cover it up with lies. So the question that should have been asked, of course, but that requires follow-up from Savannah Guthrie, and I know that we don't do this in kind of the old media. I know that that's verboten, particularly.
Well, they don't want to get her. They don't want her to get up and walk away.
Oh,
they need
sure.
to maintain a relationship with her, because eventually they believe that she will be president,
and they want to have ultimate access to her.
Yeah, access.
So if you kiss her butt now, it pays off later.
Yeah, access is better than truth. I got it. And she's going to walk off the set with like that town hall assembled in the
Flip
backdrop.
the table and be like, I'm out of here, New Hampshire.
That would have been fantastic. That would have been a much better interview.
Winning.
But the question is, okay, I understand you're upset, Chris Stevens. So when he sent the cable explaining that the situation was deteriorating, which, of course, you should have already known because, you pay more attention to American personnel who are deployed in war zones in countries that are destabilized and deteriorating right before your very eyes. For example, Libya, as compared to communiques you might get from the ambassador of Luxembourg, who is not under siege at the moment. So there's a rank order of priority. So that whole, I get thousands of communiques and cables from Foreign Service personnel, and how could I possibly be tasked to read them all? That's a little disingenuous. But so why not respond to the request for additional security the summer before the 9/11 attack on the compound? Why did Susan Rice, why was she trotted out to provide these ridiculous talking points for the Sunday shows the weekend after the attack, the terrorist attack on Benghazi?
Well, I had heard she did that. They sent Susan Rice because Hillary Clinton was so upset because she and Chris Stevens were very good friends. And it was too soon for her. She was too emotionally unstable, Dan, to do the talk shows. So they sent Susan Rice.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That's what the word on the street was.
Yeah. Okay. There's an answer. You can assess the credibility of that answer. But after Susan Rice said things that Hillary Clinton must have known to be untrue, because we now know that it would have been obvious that the administration knew it was a terrorist attack on the night it happened, almost immediately. Why not correct the record? Did Hillary Clinton correct the record after she was able to compose herself many weeks or months later after the attack? See, these are the questions that are actually relevant to what happened and why it happened and what lessons are to be learned from what happened and who gave what orders to massage what talking points and so on and so forth. So that's relevant when 4 Americans are murdered by terrorists and the administration is lying about it, and the top foreign service officer in the administration is complicit with those lies.
Yeah, and yesterday she turned the tables and she told Savannah Guthrie that the Republicans exploited the death of 4 Americans by what Kevin McCarthy had said.
So you mentioned your Republican rivals making hay of this.
Right.
I have to ask you, if the tables were turned and it was Dick Cheney or Karl Rove who had a private email account and a private server on which they conducted all their government business, would you be as understanding?
I would never have done that. Look at the situation they chose to exploit, to go after me for political reasons. The death of 4 Americans in Benghazi. I knew the ambassador. I identified him. I asked him to go there. I asked the president to nominate him. There have been 7 investigations led mostly by Republicans in the Congress, and they were nonpartisan, and they reached conclusions that, first of all, I and nobody did anything wrong, but there were changes we could make. This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that. And if I were president and there were Republicans or Democrats who were thinking about that, I would have done everything to shut it down.
Yeah. And you can assess the credibility of that statement that Hillary Clinton would never do something out of partisan political concern.
Never. I mean, even when she's saying it, you could tell that she's lying.
Well, sure. To borrow from Meghan Trainor, her lips are moving, so that's how you know she's lying. But so set that aside for a second. What Hillary would have done were the tables turned and it was Dick Cheney or some Republican that was the target of this. Set aside the silliness of that answer. She just said changes that could be made. Right. That's the point. This is an investigation, the Gowdy Committee specifically. This is an investigation into what happened that led to the murder of 4 Americans, including a U.S. ambassador, so that the State Department, the intelligence community, the federal government doesn't make those mistakes again if they were just errors in judgment, doesn't cover it up after the fact or attempt to give some bull jive story that we're supposed to buy after the fact. And perhaps if there was anything done that was illegal,
that would also be identified. But if there's nothing done that was illegal, fine. You still have 4 Americans dead in Benghazi, a compound that was not as secure as it should have been. Perhaps an ambassador and his men who shouldn't have been on the ground in Benghazi anymore. Those are all legitimate questions, legitimate lines of inquiry. You get answers, and you say, here's what was done. Here was the decision-making process. Here was who made some of those decisions. And going forward, assuming no one committed any crimes, these are things we should do so this never happens again. That's the point of the committee.
Right. And it would make sense if she came out and said that. But I think that she wrote secret emails. Maybe she sought advice maybe she sought advice from her husband, former President Bill Clinton, and that was erased from the server. They knew something. Those cables were coming in from Chris Stevens and others saying that they need more security. They need help here. And they were ignored, I think, because they were sleeping, literally, figuratively sleeping. So this morning, you're going to be seeing a new national television ad was going to hit the airways today. And Hillary Clinton's campaign, of course, is taking advantage of what Representative Kevin McCarthy said about Benghazi in the committee hearing.
The Republicans finally admit it.
Republican Kevin McCarthy saying the committee investigating Benghazi to destroy her candidacy.
Everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together a Benghazi special committee. What are her numbers today?
Republicans have spent millions attacking Hillary because she's fighting for everything they oppose, from affordable health care to equal pay. She'll never stop fighting for you, and the Republicans know it.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
Effective? What do you think? 312-642-5600. But what do you think, Dan?
Here's what I think. I think that what Kevin McCarthy said about Benghazi is not going to revive Hillary's candidacy, but it could very well tank his.
With all due respect, what difference at this point does it make?
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today it's going to be a little bit warmer than yesterday. We're going to have some clouds breaking for some sunshine by the afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. And then tomorrow, more of the same, mostly sunny skies, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times and say good morning to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. There's a little drizzle in the area, so allow some extra following distance. Might be a little slickness here and there. On the outbound Ryan, there is a crash in the express lanes before Marquette, 67th. Car hit the wall on the right side. Police are there waiting for a tow truck. There's also some road work on the outbound ride before that crash scene in both the express and the local lanes. And then farther south, there's work as well from 91st to the split. There's also work on outbound I-57. Inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, we've got a 2-minute delay now from 103rd to the merge. The inbound Ryan is getting a little heavy approaching downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the economy, education, foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Policy Institute, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the discussions we're having here and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we debunk the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can find out today why the number 47 is important to you as an Illinois resident. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
When you look in the mirror, you should feel happy. When you smile, you should feel confident. If everyday moments like chewing, drinking, talking, or just smiling for a photo make you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed because of your teeth, it's time to think about permanent dental implants. It's much easier and affordable than you may think. And Dr. Joel Akrush and his team at Artistic Dentistry want to show you how customized dental implants can give you freedom and confidence back into your life. Call 708-301-6060 now for a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that includes includes free 3D digital scans. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Are you ready to have your natural-looking, beautiful smile back? Then call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
Hi, folks. Joe Walsh here. I recently visited Precision Payroll of America in Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois. I'll tell you, I've been hearing Tom's ads for years, and to meet his team and spend a little time with them, I realized why their clients and employees stay together so long. I also didn't realize what great services they offer. Payroll processing, tax filing, time and attendance, and human resource consulting. Boy, we could all use help there with all these new and yet to be introduced regulations from healthcare to full-time equivalency. Precision Payroll of America has the right services and the right approach to help companies navigate these crazy times. For a service provider you can relate to and will look out for your best interests, call Tom at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Also, visit precisionpayroll.com, but then pick up the phone and call Tom. He is sure to deliver great value and even better service.
AM 560, The Answer.
We're talking about Hillary and Benghazi and her newfound vituperative attitude towards Republicans and taking advantage of Kevin McCarthy.
I love that word, vituperative.
It's a fun word.
Yeah. Gosh, I was going to use that. You beat me to it, Dan.
You got to be quick with vituperative. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, you know what? My question, yes, thank you for taking my call. My question about Benghazi is, I know they lied, and just the humanoid liberals deny that they even lied about it. My question is, why didn't they send any kind of military action, like the Air Force or whatever, to try and help those guys? I think you had that one representative from Illinois that was an Air Force pilot that said that they taught him in school that the U.S. would move heaven and high water to get to somebody that was in trouble in the field of combat. They didn't do it this time, and I think that sent a clear message to the world that, you know what, we're weak. We can't do this.
Well, they left.
And I think that's the biggest damage that they did with Hillary and Benghazi thing. Everyone knows that she's lying, that he lied. But why didn't they go and try and do something? That's the question.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Yeah,
well, they did. Wasn't it from a military base in Italy, though? By the time they got prepared and scrambled and ready to go, it was too late.
Well, this is a good example of a legitimate line of inquiry. What was the chain of command? Because there was a lot of confusion in the fog of what happened, and then there's been a lot of conflicting stories about what order was given, could aid have come in time, should it have been efforted regardless, and should it have been efforted more quickly? These are all legitimate questions. Legitimate questions that, a congressional committee exercising oversight in this area should ascertain. That's all. That's all. And I think that's all Trey Gowdy has done. I don't think Trey Gowdy has demagogued this at all. So because of what Kevin McCarthy said, I mean, it takes attention away from Trey Gowdy, and it's a good opportunity for Hillary to just try and make this all about partisan politics. But I think if you look at the substance of the work of Trey Gowdy in that committee, you won't find it to be what Kevin McCarthy intimated it is.
Well, because of this morning, John Boehner has postponed the House election until the end of October instead of having it this week.
Well, good, because they're going to have an election with Chaffetz entering. Vin in St. Charles.
They come out after the incident and they say it's a YouTube video, and they just play the American people for being idiots and that we're all supposed to fall for it. Hillary Clinton's in trouble right now with her election. She has to come out with some sort of mean ad to get her poll numbers back up. She's in trouble. There's nothing that's going to help her. She was the one that was responsible for what happened there. It's it just is what it is.
Thanks for the call, Vin. Yeah, well, the buck stops somewhere other than Hillary's desk in those situations. But you're right, and you're right to recall what was the first thing, the tactical team that was sent to apprehend Nakula, over this Islamic video that they conjured up to suggest was what instigated the spontaneous protest.
Did you watch that thing?
Come on.
Did you see it? I watched it in its entirety. That was a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, it was filmed in front of, like, in someone's garage in front of a chroma key wall. And it was not offensive. It was just stupid. It was silly.
And for this administration to suggest that was the genesis of a spontaneous protest that was instead a planned terrorist attack.
On September 11th.
And that Hillary Clinton never corrected, never remedied, never challenged. That's, it's not criminal in the legal sense, but it is criminal in the moral sense.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking
Вы его спросите, он же ваш...
Well, you ask him. He's your president. How could I know what he thinks?
To help you breathe. No one has to conform to a single development model that someone has once and for all recognized as the only right one. We should all remember
when you can give your body a full variety of 31
besides
different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
Slow down, step back in time, and spend the night at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee, where history and tradition come together. The Schuster Mansion is not just a bed and breakfast. It's a private retreat created for you to rest, relax, and enjoy. Each guest room has been lovingly curated with period furniture, romantic decor, and antiques. There's a modern private bath for every room. Whether you're celebrating a special event or just want to escape from the everyday bustle, the Schuster Mansion has just the room or suite to fit your mood. Each overnight stay includes a homemade breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies.
Правильно, так и есть. Well, you're right. We support the legitimate government of Syria.
Глубокому убеждению.
And it's my deep belief that...
А как вы считаете, правильно ли поступают те...
Well, tell me, what do you think about those who support the opposition, and mainly the terrorist organizations,
Don't stay in a cabin when you can stay in a castle. SchusterMansion.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
I didn't watch House of Cards. I watched Homeland, finally.
Yeah, good.
After, a few hours hot on the DVR there. And I got to tell you, I think I know how the season's going to end.
I bet you don't, but...
oh, yeah. But I won't say it here. I don't want to be a spoiler.
Well, I don't think you know how the season's going to end, so it wouldn't be a spoiler, would it?
I'm just saying.
We'll get to that. You can offer your pet theory about how the season will end, and we'll see if other Homeland viewers agree with you. But coming up at 5:35, a Pew study about immigration in the United States. In the next 50 years, by a factor of 6-1, immigrants will outnumber Native Americans, native-born Americans. Is that a problem? We'll ask the question and get your answers.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, South Carolina is awash in water. Now, it normally is 30,000 miles of rivers and streams. But what's happening now is a 1,000-year amazing event. Communities swamped by flooding from days of torrential rain. No water to drink for 40,000 and growing, and no way of getting any. Bridges have collapsed, roads have been washed out, 10 have died, 2 others killed in North Carolina. U.S. troop strength in Afghanistan, a big question today. The top U.S. commander there testifying before the Senate Armed Services Committee. No word officially on deaths or injuries following 3 blasts at Yemen's southern port city of Aden. Security officials say one blast struck a hotel where Yemen's prime minister and other government officials reside. 11 crew members of a Dutch cargo ship have been rescued after it sank off the Belgian coast. The ship collided with a gas tanker early today. Officials in Pennsylvania say there's no danger to the public following a fire at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant. Fire happened Monday night. Plant operator says it was quickly put out, and the plant is back up and fully operating. General Mills recalling 1.8 million boxes of Cheerios and Honey Nut Cheerios, saying the cereal is labeled gluten-free but actually contains wheat, after being manufactured in July at the company's Lodi, California plant. The NFL says their officials screwed up, blowing the call that gave the Seahawks a 13-10 win over the Lions on Monday Night Football. What is it with Monday Night Football officials screwing up in Seattle? Dean Blandino telling the NFL Network linebacker KJ Wright should have been penalized for batting the ball out of the end zone near the end of the game. The U.S. House will formally elect a new speaker October 29th. Outgoing House Speaker John Boehner announcing the date and said elections for other top Republican positions will occur after the speaker vote by the full House on Thursday. House Republicans will meet to formally nominate a new speaker, current House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The odds-on favorite right now, but facing a stiff challenge from Utah's Jason Chaffetz. Classes are expected to resume this morning at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down evening classes at the campus. Students will be out of school again in suburban McHenry as a teacher strike there enters day 4. And a large group of Chicago public school students fed up with budget cuts walked out of their classes yesterday at Roosevelt, Schurz, and Foreman high schools. Cubs visiting Pittsburgh on Wednesday for an NL wildcard game. First playoff appearance for the franchise in 7 years. Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks tonight without Derrick Rose, without Taj Gibson, without Mike Dunleavy, without Paul Gasol, and without Kirk Heinrich playing tonight. The news service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United, American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Roseman.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
5:35 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the outbound Eisenhower, traffic is stop and go from Manheim to just before the Tri-State Tollway. 294, there's a crash. 2 left lanes are blocked. 35 minutes is the travel time from downtown to Thorndale. And the delay starting at Manheim, so about a 6-minute delay. Inbound, you might have a very brief gaper slowdown just past or around 294. The Edens and the Kennedy are fine. Inbound Stevenson, just a little heavy past Pulaski. Inbound Ryan, there's a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson to downtown. There's some road work outbound, but no delays. Inbound Bishop Ford, there's a 2-minute delay approaching the Ryan. Traffic is a service of Flu Block. Did you know you have a choice in flu vaccine? This season, ask for a Flu Block, the only pure choice. Now available at Target and local retailers like Roundy's and Mariano's pharmacies. Now, for more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Warmer today. Clouds, breaks for sunshine. High near 70, partly cloudy and 55 overnight. We have clouds and 57 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, well, hear about it from your friends. Find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Yeah, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, they're coming to America. And I'm not a xenophobe. I'm not a nativist. I'm a free trader. But I think there's some legitimate questions to be asked about Trade Promotion Authority, this deal that was inked by 11 nations yesterday. Remember, Obama got fast-track authority on this. Mm-hmm. Congress has to ratify it. That vote likely to take place in early 2016. And already you're having interesting coalitions form both in support and opposition to this. You have Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders on the same side, and Rick Santorum.
Oh, the sweater vest guy?
In opposition.
The Billify guy?
That guy.
That guy. Okay.
In opposition to it. Senator Jeff Sessions was on a radio program yesterday talking about this, and the background for part of the conversation, because this is included in the trade promotion partnership that has been forged, at least almost forged, is a foreign worker provision, the temporary entry of foreign workers into partner countries, Pacific Rim countries as well as Canada, United States. And at least one interpretation of these provisions, and I haven't seen them. I mean, this one of the things that Senator Sessions, Republican from Alabama, says, who's kind of a fan of Trump, by the way, and not a fan of trade promotion partnership, has said is that part of the problem here is we haven't seen the details. So this is another executive power gambit where, you pass it to find out what's in it, a la Obamacare. But in terms of this foreign worker provision, one interpretation is that the group of 12 nations, along with the United States, 11 plus the United States, would be able to advance changes to America's immigration policies. Sessions said it would give, the TPP would give the Sultan of Brunei, who has implemented Sharia law and banned Christmas, literally, an equal vote to that of the United States when it comes to immigration policy under the rubric of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And the backdrop of this is this Pew Research study that finds, that projects, for every person added to the U.S. population by current residents in the next 50 years, future immigrants and their descendants will account for 7 more. So over the next 50 years, you're talking about 14 million Americans produced by current Americans and 103 million, at some point Americans, immigrants that are going to enter this country, in addition to whatever we're talking about with things like guest worker programs under the Trans-Pacific Partnership and other such trade promotion policies.
But how could the TPP top the rules that we have in place already when it comes to immigration?
Well, I mean, if you're going to, in any kind of deals, like any big trade pact like NAFTA, there are triggers if one country isn't abiding some provision of the pact. So if you stipulate to this is how we're going to decide guest worker programs, and it's going to be, it's going to be one of these things. I don't know the details, but, think about the Iranian nuclear deal with all of these triggers about inspections, how complicated that was. I assume you're going to have something similarly complicated in terms of the process by which you determine the nature and scope and relevance of guest worker programs and ways to obviate them as so desired. And so there could be some back and forth. But if the U.S. is a willing participant in this, then ostensibly they're a willing participant in advancing policies in this direction. But
do you think it'll create unfair competition, and harm American workers? Because that's all I heard yesterday was this is bad for Americans. The Americans who want to get a job.
Well, I mean, there's an argument to be made. I'm not a zero-sum guy. I'm not there's a finite number of jobs, and if a guest worker comes in and takes a job, that necessarily means an American can't have a job, right? Because there's a limited number. You can increase the pie. Mm-hmm. This is what we know from economics. But I want to start with this, though. Is this a problem for anybody? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Is this a problem if the Pew study is correct, that you're talking about in the next 50 years, the face of America, the composition of America changing substantially, 103 million persons that are not currently American citizens, and what the mix of that group will be in terms of ethnic background and so forth, religious background, versus 14 million native progeny of native-born Americans. Does that concern anybody at all?
Well, I'm concerned that the provisions aren't being disclosed.
What about this?
Shouldn't they be subject to public review?
Well, they're subject to congressional ratification. So you have members of Congress, your duly elected representatives, that can push for more disclosure than they've received, and they have probably a few months to do it. Again, this is probably not going to get voted on until after the first of the year. So there's time, and Sessions made the point there's time to stop it. But what about immigration, which is becoming an increasingly large, looming issue in the presidential race? Well, here's what Jeff Sessions had to say.
And in fact, the United States accounts for 5% of the world population, but we take in already 20% of the immigrants. And this is a stunning number in itself. So the idea that the idea of slowing down and being more careful and ending the illegality is strange, is not so. In fact, what we're doing is what is unusual.
Yeah, it's interesting because, we're always tagged with 5% of the world's population, and we use 25% of the energy and so on and so forth. Not a lot of discussion, the fact that we're 5% of the world's population, but take in 20% of the world's immigrants, which I'm generally speaking, I'm not opposed to immigration. That's America.
That's what made our country.
Well, and America's an idea. It's not just a landmass. That's what makes it different from every other country that's ever existed, and that's a good thing. But are there limits? I mean, I think there are limits, and here's why there are limits. Jeff Sessions goes on to point out what's been happening with some of the recent immigrants.
Low-skilled immigrants who will take out of the government more than they pay in. And even the first day, the refugees that we're talking about, a huge increase in refugees, they are entitled to every government program, Medicaid, Social Security, housing, food stamps. In fact, 91% of the Middle Eastern immigrants to America in the last 5 years are on food stamps, and 70% on other government programs. So this is draining our federal treasury. And in addition to that, you've got your hospitals and your schools. And while we have many wonderful immigrants that come to America, we also know that they're being infiltrated by not only terrorists, but just run-of-the-mill criminals who are in trouble in their home countries, and then they end up causing crime and having to be incarcerated. It's just not a healthy thing, Steve.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's a legitimate point. If those numbers are accurate about the Middle Eastern immigrants over the last 5 years, the percentage of them that are accessing federal welfare benefits, this is a legitimate problem to discuss, and it doesn't matter what country you're from. This goes back to immigration policy. Yeah, I'm for the free movement of labor, but if you're coming here to live off other people's
suck
money,
off the government, yeah,
then that's a problem, because that's not really the number one. There's an assimilation issue with immigrants from certain countries, certain immigrants from certain countries. Number two, there's a legitimate financial issue.
Well, yeah, there's people in crowding already, pushed to the rim public schools. The kids that are here illegally, they know who they are. We know that they're sucking off the system. They're taking the free breakfast, the free lunch, and what can we do about it? Just
Well, we can change our immigration policy. That's what we could do about it. I mean,
but the ones that are already here, sucking off the government, the ones that are on food stamps, the ones that are taking advantage of entitlement programs.
Well,
cut them off.
Well,
put them on notice. You have a 90-day notice.
Well, everyone should live under the same law. I mean, in terms of the welfare state, I'm not. If you're here legally, that is, then you're part of the group, and we should talk about kind of what our welfare state policies and programs are more generally for everyone here legally, because Sessions is talking about people here legally, legal refugees or immigrants. Here's my view, as better expressed by Thomas Sowell in an interview he gave pertaining to a recent book that he wrote about economics. So I think there's a kind of a state immigration issue, particularly as it relates to the welfare state, and then there's kind of an understanding of market economics more generally. Here's Thomas Sowell talking about what I was trying to articulate earlier about growing the pie.
Well, I guess one of the problems that I tried to solve in this book is to clear up so many misconceptions about income, and particularly the idea that if all groups or all countries don't have similar economic levels, then that proves that something has gone wrong somewhere. And on the contrary, as I've done the research for the book, and the various factors that go into productivity, geography, history, demography, you name it, none of the factors that go into producing prosperity, none of those factors are evenly spread. I mean, even such things as geography, there are rivers and mountains in all continents, but the rivers aren't the same, the mountains aren't the same, the climates aren't the same. You just run down the whole list of all inputs, none of them are the same.
So, I mean, he gets to talking about this. He's talking about kind of income redistribution, the Bernie Sanders model and so forth. But essentially, he's talking about the free movement of labor, the free movement of capital. But that would be sans a welfare state. So you couldn't game the system the way that the system is gamed in the United States by native-born Americans as well as by legal immigrants. That's a problem. But you can grow the pie. As I said before, this is not a zero-sum game when it comes to economic opportunity or wage growth. But it becomes a problem when you have government policies that pervert the market. And this is what Sowell is getting to. Let's go to Bruno in Naperville. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. A couple of points, maybe 3 points. First one is that I am completely against the Trans-Pacific Partnership because I'm essentially against free trade. I think that we've been trying free trade for 50, 60 years, and I haven't seen the benefits of it. I've just seen deindustrialization and jobs going overseas, and I've seen mercantilist countries like China and Japan and South Korea and Taiwan gaming the system to their advantage and our disadvantage since I was a kid. That's number one. Number two, Amy, you had a question, but how could this trump U.S. law? The answer is that this is being done in the form of a treaty, and it gets 2/3 vote of the Senate to ratify it. Then by the Constitution, it becomes the law of the land.
Right.
So you would have U.S. immigration law trumped by this treaty. So it could be a disaster for this country. So anyway, and then the last point is that immigration is more than just an economic issue; it's an assimilation issue.
Yeah.
And there's a certain capacity that a society has for assimilation, and it depends on the number of people coming, how fast they're coming, what kind of cultures they come from. And we're kind of at the saturation point right now where we're losing our ability to culturally assimilate people who come to this country.
Thanks for the call, Bruno. On the last point, look, I don't think we're losing our capacity. I don't think we're losing our capacity in terms of saturation point. I think we're losing our capacity in terms of moral authority. I mean, I subscribe to Bobby Jindal's philosophy. Bobby Jindal, Indian American, first generation, which is, come over here, learn the language, adopt our culture.
Don't commit a crime.
Get to work.
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Wait for it. We're going to start off with some thick cloud coverage, but breaking for some sunshine. The clouds will break up by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, lows in the mid-50s, and tomorrow, mostly sunny, just a wonderful day. Highs again in the low 70s. Let's see if it's wonderful out on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not at all, Amy. Not on the outbound Eisenhower. It's jammed 17th Avenue to before the Tri-State, where a crash now has 3 left lanes blocked. It's 45 minutes from downtown to Thorndale. Inbound about 31. It's heavy around the Tri-State and then again past Manheim. Northbound I-55, slow from Lamont Road to County Line. There's some cars with flat tires on the side right near County Line. Then it's slow Harlem to Kedzie, 46 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan has a 5-minute delay coming into downtown Bishop Ford, a 5-minute delay approaching the merge. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Folks, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name's Elisa French, and I'm an ad executive in Chicago. I have used Townstone for 13 years. Actually used them 3 different times, 3 different homes. Great rates. I don't think we've ever paid a closing costs. I know that I've had millions of questions over the years, and Barry Sterner, the owner of Townstone, has been phenomenal, calling me back right away and answering me via email or phone, and it just has been a really easy process.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida licensee 6629, NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. Onsite support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately or even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us. We will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, yeah. This was predicted in the movie Back to the Future 2. Did you see that movie by any chance?
No.
When they talked about the Cubs winning the World Series.
Wait a minute. Cubs win World Series. Yeah, it's something, huh? I wish I could go back to the beginning of the season. Put some money on the Cubbies.
Yeah, of course. It's to sensationalize things that will never happen in real life.
No, it's going to happen. And Jake Arrieta is taking the mound tomorrow night in PNC Park, and he's ready to go.
It's just a matter of who plays the cleanest game, who can execute the most pitches. And, that the team who does that is going to win the game.
Yeah, right. The team who scores more runs than the other team is going to win the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're going to take it one game at a time out there.
No, we are. And Jake doesn't expect any surprises, and he believes it will be a low-scoring game, Dan, that will come down to the last 15 to 20 pitches. Because who's pitching for the Pirates?
Garrett Cole.
Yeah, what's his ERA?
No, it's under 3, 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5. And what's Jake Arrieta's?
Like 1.8 or something.
0.86, sir.
Not for the season.
Well, for the last final 20 starts, he had 3 shutouts. I mean, he pitched a no-hitter, almost pitched a perfect game.
I understand. He's going to be the Cy Young Award winner, and he's going to be a Cy Young Award winner. He may not take the loss in the game, but the Cubs will find a way to lose because that's what the Cubs do.
No, and the fans are ready. They are even getting out their jerseys from the 80s.
The fans are ready. Of course they are.
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley. I can't get it out. And I decided to get my number on there, 26, and my nickname, and 26 for my favorite player, Billy Williams.
I'm going to wear my jersey tomorrow, too.
That, by the way, that violates one of my jersey rules.
What?
First of all, if you're an adult male, don't wear a jersey. But if you're going to wear one.
Yeah, have your own last name on it?
Don't have your nickname on it. Don't have your name on it. Just have the jersey. The jersey. And here's the other rule, too. And it sounds like this one is going to be violating because Billy Williams was a pretty slender, fit guy, at least when he played. You cannot wear a jersey that is a bigger size than the actual player's jersey.
You know what I always say to people? That shirt does come in larger sizes.
Write this down. We got to play him one day at a time.
Got to play. It's pretty boring.
Of course it's boring. That's the point. Write it down.
One day at a time.
All right. I'm just happy to be here. Hope I can help the ball club.
You didn't build that. You don't pay your fair share. Who do you think you are? Ayn Rand knew exactly who you are. Rational, productive, independent. You work hard and use your own judgment. You choose your career path, your lifestyle, your values. You're living the American dream. And now you see that there are people who want to take away what you've created and who will call their lust to loot a virtue. People who think the needs of others is a claim on your money, your work, your life. Well, how can you fight back? That's what they do at the Ayn Rand Institute. They look closely at public policy beyond sound bites and election cycles, at the fundamental moral ideas that frame crucial debates. They focus on reframing the issues in line with reason, egoism, and individual rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. Your life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of your happiness. Stand up with them to fight against the sacrifice of your values by making a contribution today at AynRand.org/support. They'll use your money to defend your values.
5:59, here are the stories we're watching this morning. A teacher strike continues at a McHenry County High School district and classes resuming at the College of DuPage. Complete look at your weather after Fox News, WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The sun will shine on South Carolina today, but the disaster's not over. That flooding has been made worse by 18 dam breaks.
It's rough right now, but one step at a time. If we had water, we could clean out a little bit.
She's among the some 40,000 who lost drinkable tap water amid all the flooding.
We've seen flooding of more than 300 roads, 150 bridges, and not just flooding. We've seen some roads eroded as well, partially eroded with sinkholes or entirely washed away.
Fox's Steve Harrigan in Columbia, 12 people have died in the Carolinas. California is now the 5th state to allow the terminally ill with less than 6 months to live to get drugs to commit suicide.
Governor Jerry Brown wrote in a signing statement that he thought about the religious implications, that shortening one's life is considered sinful, but he thought about what he would want if confronted with pain and suffering at the end of his life and concluded he'd want the choice. Religious groups have vocally opposed the bill, and other opponents say they're afraid poor people will take this option rather than incur costs associated with long-term medical care. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News Radio.
Russia's reportedly dropped more bombs on Syria, claiming it hit ISIS targets. So the Pentagon's concerned the airstrikes have also gone after U.S.-backed rebels to help the Syrian regime. NATO's also worried about what Russia's doing. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is questioning Russia's explanation for entering Turkey's airspace.
For us, this doesn't look as an accident. This is a serious violation of the airspace. And actually, there were 2 violations during the weekend.
Stoltenberg says the U.S.-led NATO alliance hasn't received a real explanation of what's happened. Russia's NATO envoy says he thinks the alliance is using the accidental incursion to distort the aims of the Kremlin's air campaign in Syria. Dave.
Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Clouds and 57 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Classes resuming today at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down the campus. Evening classes were canceled while police searched buildings and all clear was given late last night. Students out of school again in a suburban McHenry district as a teacher strike enters its 4th day. A school board meeting in McHenry High School District 156 was held last night. Supporters came out in large numbers, and board supporters as well. Came out for a chance to sound off, as well as teachers came in to comment. Monday night's meeting coming in on the heels of a 12-hour bargaining session. Teachers and the board remain at odds over insurance contributions and the size of raises. Members of the City Council's Black Caucus are calling for Mayor Rahm Emanuel to fire Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. Third Ward Alderman Pat Dowell says it's time for a change.
We have all supported Superintendent McCarthy in the past, and I think it's just gotten to the point where in all of our wards, we're not happy with the results that we're seeing.
Dowell argues McCarthy has failed to place African Americans into leadership positions in the department. School districts in Illinois will get a new rating system. The system recently signed into law will grade on a 100-point scale and will measure test scores and graduation rates. The ranking protocol is expected to be partially implemented this year. Verizon Wireless says it will add 200 workers at a new call center in the western suburbs beginning next year. The company says it will begin hiring new workers in over a year's time after moving 900 workers from a call center in Elgin to a larger office in Rolling Meadows. Cubs visit Pittsburgh Wednesday night for their National League wild card game. Bears' first win of the season comes at a cost with the loss of center Will Montgomery to a broken leg. Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks at the United Center, and the Fred Hoiberg era begins without Derrick Rose, Taj Gibson, or Pau Gasol. The news service of the city of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Sheboygan, Wisconsin, there really is no traffic, and the weather is always perfect for something. Biking, surfing, art museums, culinary experiences, and fun. All just a couple of hours' drive away. Get out-of-town information at visitsheboygan.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Lamont, 83 is closed in both directions at Archer Avenue with a crash. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is building in pockets coming out of the River Road Toll. About 22 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 23. Edens is still fine. About Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. It's 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, but outbound. Jammed First Avenue to before the Tri-State, where a crash has now cleared and all lanes have reopened. But it's 57 minutes downtown to Thorndale. Down Stevenson slow from Lamont Road to County Line. There are some cars with flat tires on the side there. And it's slow Harlem to Kedzie. 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes. I-80 to the Merch Bishop, 428. Traffic service of Nicola by LaCroix. La Traffic by Nicola. Sprinkle the sparkle and delight in the fizz of new 100% sparkling water LaCroix Nicola. Find all the flavor of traditional colas without sweetener, calories, or guilt. Clean, crisp, clear, and smart. Nicola by LaCroix, made for you. Available at Brookhaven Markets. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Warmer with clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 70. Partly cloudy tonight, low 55. Sunshine tomorrow, high 70. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
Clouds, high humidity, and a bit of fog in the air this morning at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Laz Word with Tom and Dave. Heard Sundays at midnight.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We start with the Cubs, who are on a plane bound for Pittsburgh for Wild Card Wednesday, and a lot of fans here are on their way there.
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley.
On the campaign trail today, Hillary Clinton appeared to have new wind in her sails, given an opening after a political gaffe by a top Republican.
This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that.
When you say Kevin McCarthy doesn't speak, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, in general, we need a speaker who speaks.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, speaking of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of Americans, Hillary Clinton did it yesterday. The deaths of 9 Americans in Oregon.
Yeah, and
with her gun control.
She spoke
proposals.
and a lot of people cried. She partnered up with a woman, Nicole Hockley, who lost her 6-year-old son in the Sandy Hook shooting. And she was at a town hall in New Hampshire. And I got to tell you, caught my attention when she welled up with tears in her eyes and talked about the Oregon shooting. And here it is. Here we go.
So many of the parents of these precious children who were murdered have taken the unimaginable grief that they have been bearing and have tried to be the voices that we need to hear.
Yeah, I mean, why is it that she always cries in New Hampshire? I mean, really.
Yeah, I don't know.
and it seems to work for her.
New Hampshire. She's very emotional about
the crowd gave her a standing ovation. She, wanted to push for stronger background checks. She wanted to pass legislation so people who are stalkers or domestic abusers or people who beat their wives or girlfriends can never purchase a weapon. That's the gist of her gun legislation.
No, it's not.
Her gun proposal.
There's also bringing back the assault weapon ban.
Oh.
Yawn. You want to stop mass murders? I mean, I'll offer a proposal that's just as silly as anything that Hillary is proposing, and that's been proposed. Okay. Make every American join the NRA. You know why?
Why?
Because no member of the NRA has ever committed a mass shooting.
Really?
So, by the post hoc ergo propter hoc logic of Hillary Clinton, the wet sidewalks cause rain logic of Hillary Clinton and the left, all you have to do is get everybody to be an NRA member, since no NRA member has ever committed a mass murder. Or take some other arbitrary trait that 330 million, 99.9999% of Americans share in common, and make that a requirement.
That's a good idea. I never knew that before, that any registered NRA member has never committed a mass shooting.
Here, but it's just as silly as what Hillary Clinton's proposing. The New York Times had a profile on Sunday of 14 mass murderers, the last 14 mass shooters. Only 2 involved with criminal histories of the 14. Jalen Freiberg used his father Raymond's gun to kill 4 classmates at his high school in Washington. Raymond Freiberg had a permanent domestic violence order of protection against him, and it should have disqualified him from legally purchasing a firearm. Yet the order was never entered into the system. So government as fail-safe. Do you believe that? Does anybody believe that? Do we know the case of Charleston? I shouldn't name these shooters again. We did Charleston, South Carolina. Same thing. System failure.
The shooter had priors. He should have never been.
He was on medications. He was on psychotic medications. Should have never had a gun, but the system failed. The idea that you look to government as the repository of infallibility is so stupid and so refuted by the evidence, by our experience. But yet we allow politicians to do exactly what Hillary Clinton is doing, which is prey on fear. I refer to Kevin Williamson's piece in National Review Online. An excellent piece, as it usually is from Kevin Williamson. We shouldn't play the shooter's game. These acts are dramatic because they're unusual. Not as unusual as we prefer, but they're extraordinary because they are unrepresentative of the contemporary experience rather than representative of it. Those of us who are around for the Clinton years do not recall them as a time of bloodthirsty savagery, but in terms of being shot to death, Americans are about twice as safe today as they were in the early 90s. We are not, in fact, a polity dissolving into chaos. Our streets aren't filled with blood. They're filled with mediocrity. Politicians sell you emergency when they want to take something away from you. Terrorists are not the only people who know that a scared population is a compliant population. That's what Hillary Clinton is doing.
Well, we're learning this morning that the shooter's mother met with investigators and finally told them, yes, my son was suffering from mental illness. Yet what they did together as a mom and son team, they would go to the shooting range. Similar story with Adam Lanza and his mother, both single moms, both bonding with their children at the shooting ranges. And I mean, if your son is mentally incapacitated, if he has problems as a single mom, I mean, don't you think she would try and get him help? I mean, he did qualify for Obamacare. He was 26 years old.
Did he not go to some school for children with challenges?
He did. And then 2 years ago, they moved to Oregon, and he enrolled at that school in a creative writing class. But yesterday, we heard from one of the survivors who said that he laughed after shooting the teacher. Here's Anastasia Boylan.
When I closed my eyes and he sounded really deranged because he said that he had been waiting to do that for a really long time, and he laughed.
He laughed?
He laughed after he shot the teacher.
Yeah, so he was deranged, and he said that he had this planned, and just he asked people one by one again if they were Christians, and of course, let me just play it, and this is what she said.
He had us get up one by one and asked us what our religions were.
But that's all the ABC cut off the interview after that, so we don't know exactly what happened.
Well, we moved on to the conversation about guns, and the conversation about targeting Christians, about the religious freedom nature of this, religious tolerance nature of this is by the boards and the media because they're too busy doing Obama's bidding and comparing the number of Americans killed by terrorists to the number of Americans that have died in firearm-related incidents. I mean, it's just the media is just pathetic. Thankfully, you have some voices that are rational and reasonable and evidence-driven.
Oh, and we're learning this morning that President Obama is meeting with that woman who you just heard, Anastasia, and other survivors and the victims' family members on Friday.
I'm deeply moved.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference.
This piece by Eugene Volokh, who's a UCLA law professor in Washington Post, he asked the question, do civilians with guns ever stop mass shootings?
Does what?
Do civilians with guns ever stop mass shootings? And the answer is yes. No, this is not fail-safe either. But does it happen? It happened. And he has documented in his piece that I'll refer you to 9 separate incidents, over the last 18 years in which a good guy with a gun stopped a bad guy with a gun, including in a school situation, in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in Plymouth, PA, in Spartanburg, South Carolina, in Winnemucca, Nevada, in Colorado Springs, Colorado, in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, in Pearl, Mississippi. Something else that you're not going to hear. By the way, if you want, the media is so hip on doing comparisons at the direction of President Obama, their news director. How about this one? We're talking about, Hillary's tired, recycled pablum on gun control. The number of drunk drivers, the number of deaths at the hands of a drunk driver in this country on a daily basis in 2013, 28 a day. The number of deaths by firearm, and this is not this includes everyone. So this is not, innocent versus criminal. This is criminal in many cases too. We see this, of course, in the streets of Chicago. 30 a day. So 30 a day by gun in 2013, 28 a day by drunk drivers. So if we're going to root causes, should we be talking about more regulation of alcohol? Shouldn't we have mass hysteria over alcohol? Should we consider banning alcohol? What should we do? I mean, that's a problem that is on a similar order of magnitude. So what should we do? And by the way,
not even driving drunk now, driving stoned is a big problem. 40% of impaired drivers are also on the hooch.
And by the way, I don't recall a right to drink alcohol. I mean, no, the repeal of prohibition, but there's no constitutional right to drink alcohol and drive a car in the Constitution. So it's but even setting that aside, I mean, in terms of societal challenges, those are similar in terms of their impact, would you say? What should we do about that? Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. If you go back about 40 years in Israel, the effectiveness of guns stopping mass shootings is so well documented that it was noted by a little-known terrorist thug at the time known as Yasser Arafat, who in fact moved away from shootings in public to kill Jews and moved to bombings, hence the advent of the modern bombing campaign when you want to kill people en masse.
Thanks for the call, Ralph.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, an anti-gun group wants that sheriff in Oregon to resign. Wait till you hear these bizarre details. But first, here's your forecast. Pretty normal for this time of year. We're going to start off with cloud coverage, then it'll break for some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, a low of 55. And tomorrow, just a gorgeous day, mostly sunny, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. In Lamont, 83 is closed at Archer Avenue with a crash. Northbound I-55. We're seeing delays from Weber Road to County Line. There are some cars with flat tires on the side of the roadway near County Line. And there are delays Harlem to Kedzie. 48 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and 34 from the Tri-State. Eden's 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, the Kennedy. 22 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 26. The inbound Ike, 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, but outbound 51. Very slow, Austin to before the Tri-State after an earlier crash. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow from Barrington Road to 53. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Gentlemen, it's Dan Proft. When it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40, as I am, and have noticed decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol, and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff, like Brian over there in Burr Ridge, who helped me, will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there's one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock, we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated U.S.-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
AM 560, The Answer.
312-642-5600 is our number. Wait until you hear this. You know, we first met Sheriff John Hanlin after the shooting, and he made the bold move, Dan, of refusing to mention the shooter's name.
I continue to believe that those media and community members who publicize his name will only glorify his horrific actions. And eventually, this will only serve to inspire future shooters.
So that's, you know, the country became to know John Hanlin because of that bold statement and because he's doing what I think should be done, not mentioning his name. You refuse to do it here on the show, and I admire that. But this morning, the Brady campaign to prevent gun violence wants him to resign. So they discovered that John Hanlin sent a letter to Vice President Joe Biden 4 weeks after the Sandy Hook shooting, saying that he will not enforce any gun control laws enacted by Congress or the president. Do you have a problem with that? Is that okay?
He will not enforce any gun control laws enacted by Congress or the president. Yeah, I mean, Well, he has to enforce the law as a law enforcement officer. I mean, I appreciate his perspective on gun control that is implicit in that statement. But obviously, unlike the president, Sheriff Hanlin can't just make up the law as he goes along.
No, and secondly, the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence discovered, get this, that he posted a conspiracy video about how the Sandy Hook shooting was just a ploy to get further gun control enacted. Do you think that's reason?
I don't know what the video is. So, what the Brady campaign calls a conspiracy video, I don't know. I'd have to see the video.
All right,
and I'd want to see the letter, too. I haven't seen the letter. I've heard about it, but I haven't seen the actual letter. I've seen the Brady campaign's characterization of it. And forgive me if I don't trust the characterization of the Brady campaign when it comes to these matters. They have long been on the wrong side of the evidence in history. And I would put to the Brady campaign the same thing I put to Hillary Clinton. Again, drunk drivers, firearm-related deaths. Should we repeal the repeal? Should we at least ban Jaeger bombs? I mean, what should we do?
I wish I had the answer.
So 250 to 300 million guns. What are we going to do, Brady campaign? What's the sentence?
Well, they want him to resign as the sheriff, but they also at the very least, Dan, they think that he should be replaced as the lead investigator into the Umpqua Community College shooting.
I would suggest that the sheriff and the community there in Rosenberg, Oregon, give the Brady campaign precisely the consideration they deserve. And I'll let you figure out what kind of consideration I think they precisely deserve.
And also President Obama coming to Oregon this weekend or on Friday to meet with the survivors and victims' family members. And he will not be meeting with the sheriff.
Is he going to, I know he's flying from D.C. to Oregon. He should stop over in Chicago and talk to some of these families that live in shooting galleries, including that state Senate district he used to represent there. Down in the South Side. Because, again, to refer to this Kevin Williamson piece, if you're going to be worried about something, ordinary crime, not the bloody pageantry of mass shootings, is the place to look. And even in places, even in urban centers like Chicago, it's still localized. But I know, my life matters in Streeterville, and your life matters in Lakeview. Those are the nice areas in Chicago to live. But for the President of the United States, for the mayor of Chicago, for all of these minority representatives, poor to middle-income families, disproportionately minority, Black and Latino, in places like the South Side and the West Side of Chicago, their lives don't matter because they're not politically advantageous to make matter. There's your Chicago Democrat model of governance in full flourish.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down, and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Time is almost up. If you want to enter to win a week-long trip to Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at the Secrets The Vine all-inclusive resort, courtesy of Apple Vacations, then you need to download the new AM 560 mobile app and enter to win by this Friday. You have just a few days left to enter to win, so go to 560theanswer.com/mobile to get the new app for your Apple iPhone or iPad, or really any Android-powered device. The app has some really useful features that make listening to AM 560 so easy, like setting your alarm to wake up to this show each and every morning, or listening to podcasts of the show straight from the app, or calling into the show without having to remember the phone number, and, of course, your chance to win the trip to Cancun. So get the app today and download Paradise, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 312. Check it out. The guide, speaking of the sheriff, says Sandy Hook Nutter. Get your heads out of the sand. Easy to check it out. Let's say that he is. Who cares? So what? What does that have to do with the investigation? Why is that relevant?
Oh, because
what's he going to do? Is he going to say that the shooter wasn't the shooter? He's going to come up with a conspiracy theory? This is a misdirection play. So get your head out of your arse, 312.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Representative Marty Moylan will be here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 57 right now. Record flooding in South Carolina continuing today. The rain has mostly come to a stop. The new concern, dams breaking and rivers cresting. Some areas have seen 25 inches of rain.
Something you wouldn't expect in a million years. The water was just mind-boggling.
18 dams have already given way since Saturday. The Coast Guard continues to look for survivors from a sunken cargo ship caught in a hurricane. The outlook is grim, according to correspondent Joe Gomez.
The Coast Guard continues to look for survivors from a sunken cargo ship, but the outlook is grim.
We received multiple reports, almost simultaneous reports, of these survival suits in the water, as well as the life raft, the deflated life raft, and a damaged lifeboat.
Captain Mark Fedor says the search crews have recovered survival suits, and at least one contained human remains that could not be identified. The El Faro had 28 Americans on board when it sent a distress call Thursday after sailing into Hurricane Joaquin.
We are going to keep working at this. We certainly never discount the will to live, but the big concern is if they had to abandon ship back on Thursday, they would have been doing so into a Category 4 hurricane.
I'm Joe Gomez.
President Obama meeting with families of victims of the recent mass shooting at an Oregon community college. Meantime, White House spokesman Josh Earnest says the president is concerned about increasing gun violence.
The president has frequently pushed his team to consider a range of executive actions that could more effectively keep guns out of the hands of criminals and others who shouldn't have access to them.
The president will travel to Roseburg, Oregon, Friday. Passengers on board a Boston-bound American Airlines flight from Phoenix are reacting after a pilot died during that trip. This man says he's thankful the co-pilot knew how to react in a stressful scenario.
I really think you got to hand it to the co-pilot, I'll tell you, because I don't know what I would have done in that situation.
Co-pilot radioed air traffic control saying there was a medical emergency and the captain was incapacitated. The flight then diverted to Syracuse safely. Classes resuming this morning at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down evening classes at that campus, and all clear has been given by police. A teacher strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of the classroom for a fourth straight day. And police are investigating after the body of an elderly man was pulled from Lake Michigan near Montrose Harbor. Cubs visit Pittsburgh on Wednesday for the National League Wild Card game. Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks tonight at the UC. The news service of the city of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. In Sheboygan, Wisconsin, there really is no traffic, and the weather is always perfect for something. Biking, surfing, art museums, culinary experiences, and fun. All just a couple of hours' drive away. Get out-of-town information at visitsheboygan.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has found the definitive reason why people like Donald Trump.
The NBC poll that you announced yesterday was fantastic, and you didn't talk about that.
No, I meant to. Well, I tried to.
No, I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
Why aren't you talking about your own poll? Why are you showing a CNN poll?
And the crowd goes wild. This is what they like about the guy. This is the appeal of Donald Trump.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor.
True!
True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000.
True!
True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results.
True!
It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook or that your mom loved to dance, a person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
6:37 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Adams Tollway has heavy delays from Barrington Road to 53. The inbound Kennedy has slowed down starting at the River Road Toll, but 27 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 32. Eden's inbound delays start at Dempster, 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, up on 19. Eisenhower's now 49 minutes. Thorndale to downtown outbound 59 with a crash before Desplaines Avenue on the right side. Northbound I-55, so Weber to County Line. There are cars with flat tires on the side. Then First Avenue to Kedzie, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 32 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Traffic service of RCN Internet redefined. Get RCN's Mega Fast 155 megabit internet. Fantastic prices. It's Mega Fast-tastic. RCN Internet redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Warmer. Clouds will break for sunshine today. High near 70. 57 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So this is kind of interesting. Desplaines in the federal crosshairs. The Department of Justice is suing the city of Desplaines for denying a rezoning application to convert an office building in Desplaines to an Islamic temple. This was a vote that was taken a couple of years back. In 2013, the city council voted 5-3 to reject this rezoning request made by the American Islamic Center to flip this office building in a manufacturing zone to an institutional zone, to rezone it so that a worship center could be installed there, an Islamic temple could be installed there. It's interesting because, as I understand it, there is an Islamic center in Desplaines already, and I think it also has, the city of Desplaines had previously voted to allow for the expansion of that center, so it doesn't seem like there's any
racist behavior going on in Desplaines,
or opposition to people of the Islamic faith worshiping in Desplaines or having a place of worship in Desplaines. So it's kind of a curious case that DOJ has taken this action. And for more on this, we're now joined by the former mayor of Desplaines up until 2012, and now a state representative, Representative Marty Moylan. Representative Moylan, thanks for joining us.
Yes, good morning, Dan and Amy.
Good morning. Thank you. So you were mayor when some of this must have been at least in discussion, even though the city council apparently took the vote after you had departed. So What do you have to say about this DOJ lawsuit against the city of Desplaines?
Well, here, I met with these individuals before they were when they were choosing their site. They are a good group of people, a lot of Desplaines residents, and a lot of professionals. The site that they chose was a low-traffic area. It was an industrial area, so it was a good site for them to pick. I don't buy some of the aldermen's arguments against the location or the group. They said that there was could be traffic interfering with them going to church or not. It was a low-volume traffic area. Like I said, an industrial site. It was vacant for 3 years, and it was a good mix. Then another alderman stated that they're worried about taking it off the tax roll, but offered to look for them another site in the city of Desplaines, which would have took them off the tax roll anyway. So those arguments I disagree with.
But since it is a religious institution, there would be no tax revenue, and that's pretty important because you need tax revenue in Desplaines.
Correct, but the alderman suggested that the city find them another site, so it would have been off the tax rolls anyways if they found them another site.
Does this Islamic center, did they already have a mosque, a worship center in Desplaines, right?
There's another, not them, but another group.
Another group does. Okay.
A very sizable one.
So there's not, and that after they initially constructed the mosque, the Desplaines also okay some kind of expansion for parking purposes and the like?
Correct.
And so there's no seeming opposition. There's no kind of categorical opposition to the idea of a mosque, a place of worship for Muslims in Desplaines. It just seems to be an issue of site location. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, that's going to be up to the jury and judge to decide, federal government. I can't comment on that because I don't know exactly anything more than what I've told you. It was a good group of people. I met with them. They're very sincere, and I don't think anybody should be disallowed. Any group of worship, should be allowed in the city.
Well, were you surprised by this Department of Justice lawsuit?
Well, not really, because I thought the people had something to, I thought they had a right to be there. And I disagreed with some of the aldermen's statements and disagreed with why someone voted no against it.
So you support the Department of Justice lawsuit against the city that you are the mayor of?
Well, here, I support that individuals have a right to worship in a place where they choose, as long as, it can be agreeable. And I disagree with some of the aldermen's statements or reasoning why they voted against it.
So where does it stand right now? Is this group still going to get a mosque or a temple to pray in Desplaines, or have they moved on to other cities?
Well, I'm not sure, but it's not a mosque or a temple. They are looking for a site to turn into a place where they can worship. There's not they weren't going to build a temple like I think that maybe some people would envision. They were turning a building that was vacant for 3 years, an industrial site, into a church of worship.
So similar to like a storefront church, where you don't.
Correct. Well, yes, but it's different than a storefront because it's an industrial area.
Right.
I thought it was a good site for them to choose.
And the aldermen who you say you disagreed with that voted to reject this rezoning request by 5-3, their argument, at least as you characterize it, was simply, we're fine with the idea of a prayer center like you want. We just want it to be in a different location in the city.
Well, some of them stated that. And then I said, my argument the other way would have been, there's a good site now. There's not a lot of traffic. They're going to be taken off the tax roll. You're offering them another location that would be taken off the tax roll. So why not let them stay at this location? There's not a lot of traffic there. And another business that was in the area said that they were worried about children going to church because it's an industrial site and they are a 24-hour operation. Well, I don't buy that argument either.
Do you think there'll be civil action after this Department of Justice suit?
Well, I can't. I can't comment on it because I'm not sure what's going to happen after this.
Before we let you jump, Representative Marty Moylan, you're a state rep. We don't have a budget this year. Just kind of switching topics. When are we going to get a budget or a tax increase or a government shutdown or the end of days in Illinois or some kind of action out of Springfield?
Well, there's not going to be an end of days. As soon as the governor gets in there and wants to negotiate, we'll be ready to negotiate with him. We're ready to go. 24/7.
Governor Ronner has not been willing to negotiate.
Well, no, he says he wants to negotiate, but yet he's not there. We're ready to negotiate. Some of the issues that he wants to negotiate on, we don't agree with. He wants to bust the unions. He wants to take away the collective bargaining issues. Then he's talking about workers' comp. Well, we voted on workers' comp in 2011. It has a 17% savings, which the insurance companies took for themselves instead of passing it on to the companies. We had testimony from the governor's own agency that said that workers' comp was working and that the insurance companies were keeping the money.
So if Governor Ronner is the intransigent one, is there any of the items in the governor's turnaround agenda, from redistricting reform to term limits to workers' comp to property tax, anything in that agenda that you would support or the House Democrats would support?
Well, here, I would support term limits. We had them in the city of Desplaines. I would support redistricting. I already have, my district is already competitive, so it doesn't matter to me if they redistrict it. My district is competitive.
Okay. All right. State Representative Marty Moylan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Okay. You have a great day.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, clouds to start your day, but we will be breaking those up for some sunshine by this afternoon. A high of 70 degrees. Tonight, a low of 55. And tomorrow, another gorgeous day, mostly sunny, even more sunshine than today, and a high of 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. The Edens inbound is 27 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 21. The Kennedy 30 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 38. The Eisenhower 50 minutes. Thorndale to downtown outbound 59 with another crash. This one before Desplaines Avenue on the right side. Stevenson 58 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. 41 from the Tri-State. Outbound 44 minutes to 355. Ryan looking at 20 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57. 37 minutes. I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford 46. Jammed from Sibley to the Ryan. Northbound Tri-State has delays. 95th to 87th from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, then from the Reagan Tollway to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. DuPont cuts its full-year guidance and announces the departure of its CEO. We'll have the latest on the trade deficit and Pepsi's earnings. Those stories next.
I believe in the American entrepreneur. The small business owner is truly the backbone of the American economy. Hi, I'm Steve Cooper, co-founder of Ursop.com, the entrepreneur rollover stock ownership plan. My partner Karen Franklin and I started Ursop.com over 15 years ago because we're on a mission to help as many people as possible open and run their own businesses, simply, quickly, and easily by using their own retirement funds. Then 3, 4, 5 years later, put the money back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Then you'll have the business and the security of the retirement funds too. We recently worked with a gentleman who accomplished this in only 9 months. Ursop.com can set it up for you in about 2 weeks. It's pre-approved by the IRS and it's totally legal. We've helped thousands of people achieve the dream of being their own boss. Give us a call and let's talk about how we can help you too. Call 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-URSOP. 866-MY-URSOP.
Corporate headlines and economic reports in focus on Wall Street. Investors trying to build on the S&P 500's only 5-day winning streak of the year. Shares of DuPont moving higher in extended trading. DuPont cut its full-year earnings guidance, announced the departure of its CEO. Wall Street also considering earnings from Pepsi, with Yum Brands expected to post its quarterly results after the closing bell. And the latest reports on the trade deficit and chain store sales will be of interest to investors. We're also watching investor reaction to comments from Federal Reserve officials Esther George and John Williams. We'll also see whether the crude market continues to benefit from declining U.S. oil rig counts. November crude oil up 1% yesterday, settling above $46 a barrel. And a reminder to join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes. So I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream idea brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
So,
wait for it.
Yeah, Florida Senate candidate. This is not your kind of run-of-the-mill skeleton in closet for a politician, as you can surmise from the Ozzy Osbourne music.
Let me guess. She's a stripper?
It's a he.
Oh, okay. He's not a stripper.
He's a Libertarian candidate in Florida, as if the Libertarians need more bad press for being odd.
What's his name?
With due respect to my Libertarian friends,
Let's start with his name and his
what
name,
sign
is he?
What sign? Yes.
What
His
does he
sign
like to
is
do in his
the
free time?
pentagram, apparently. His name is Augustus Saul Invictus.
Okay.
If that is his real name. Yeah, Invictus.
Invictus.
You're probably thinking of the terrible Matt Damon movie.
Mhm.
But, Invictus.
Oh, I like that movie. Invictus?
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
Well, it was soccer.
Oh, will you stop it? Soccer, just someday it's going to take over football, and then you're going to have to start paying attention, and you might actually like it. Open mind, Dan. Open mind.
But, Invictus, which is Latin for unconquered.
Unconquered.
This great poem by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. You remember that from high school.
Oh, this guy, he's not bad looking. Do you want to see his picture?
No.
Okay.
Don't, because
Why,
he's in a bit of controversy for participating in pagan rituals involving the slaughter of a goat and then drinking its blood.
Oh, gross. Was it at some bad frat dare or something, or this was just...
I wonder if they workshop that. Anything in your closet that we should know about? Like, what is your opponent going to say about you? Well,
there's a picture of his
there
goat.
is. I did participate in some pagan rituals where I slaughtered a goat with my own hand and drank its blood. Do you think that will be brought up? I think it will be.
Problem? Did he gargle the blood or swallow it? He just swished it around his mouth. What's the pagan ritual here?
First he brutally and sadistically, according to the report, dismembered the goat.
Oh, look at the goat too. There's a picture of it. Look.
It's in pieces. Yeah.
Before he got his meat claws on it.
And also he's faced additional criticism for trying to recruit neo-Nazis into the Libertarian Party.
Oh.
So there's also the neo-Nazi problem that he's got. He did respond. Probably needs to workshop his response a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I did sacrifice a goat, said Augustus Saul Invictus, copping to it. It's nice to accept personal responsibility. I like that.
He's not hiding his past.
No.
I really respect that.
You don't need a pagan congressional committee to investigate this guy. I did sacrifice a goat. I know that's probably a quibble in the mind of most Americans. I sacrificed an animal to the god of wilderness.
Oh, dear Lord.
And to the other question, yes, I drank the goat's blood.
Will he be dropping out sometime today, or he's just going to...
What, dropping out? I think he'll fit right into the Senate.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you been getting the runaround on a mortgage modification application underwater with your mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of other people in the same boat with you. My name's Lou Bridges. My partner Scott O and I put together a law firm. One of the things we do is help people with modifications, only we don't just submit an application. Through proprietary software that we have access to, we determine what program or programs your loan is eligible for and what it would take to qualify you for those programs under the regulations. We work with our team of people, paralegals and clerks, and we put together everything, and then we submit the application for modification to the servicing bank. Only then we're not asking them, we're telling them this is the modification program our client has chosen from among those that we have confirmed they qualify for, their loan is eligible for under the regulations that you will give. And you must give because the net present value is far greater for the owner of the mortgage. So servicer, thank you for the modification. No more runarounds. Give us a call. We'll give you a free consultation.
224-513-1231.
Thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I absolutely look forward to resting my head on my pillow every night. It conforms to my neck and back, so it helps with chronic neck pain and back pain due to some scoliosis I have. It helps if you have insomnia. It helps if you snore. It helps if you have allergies. Plus, my pillow is washable, and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American made. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy. 800-489-0201.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
Your local pharmacist is also a Health Mart pharmacist, and they're not like other pharmacists.
After Mom's surgery, I was overwhelmed, but I was so relieved. Her Health Mart pharmacist was there to help. They explained her medication and even delivered to her house. Mom got the personal service she needed, and I got something even better. Peace of mind.
Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Warmer today. Clouds will break for some sunshine. We expect to top out at 70. Complete look at weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The sun's out. Most people have power back, but many in South Carolina still can't believe all the flooding.
Well, we got out and we're safe, and our dogs are safe.
Her neighbors rescued her and her family as the water rose in her home.
Even though the rain has ended, the high water levels are still causing problems. Late yesterday, another dam broke, forcing the mandatory evacuation of residents downstream. That brings the total number of dam breaches to 18 in South Carolina.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Forest Acres. Hundreds of roads and bridges remain closed closed. All the rain and flooding killed 12 people in the Carolinas. Federal investigators going to Florida to look into the cargo ship disaster. The El Faro sank in the middle of Hurricane Joaquin. NTSB Vice Chair Bella Denzar says they'll probe this crash, and they want to see why it happened and prevent it from happening again. The Coast Guard's still searching, hoping to find 33 crew members still alive. President Obama will go to Roseburg, Oregon Friday to meet with grieving family members and survivors of last week's community college shooting spree. He's called for stricter gun laws. Hillary Clinton echoed that yesterday.
We have got to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them.
But a Republican rival also running for president, Marco Rubio, says...
And the truth is, none of these laws they're talking about would have prevented any of these. I repeat what I always say to people, gun laws are only followed by law-abiding people.
Thou shalt not see the 10 Commandments at Oklahoma State Capitol anymore. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers explains live.
Dave, they waited till 10:30 last night to remove the 6-foot-tall monument, using barriers to keep protesters from getting too close and to avoid disturbing workers at the Capitol, according to officials. It comes after the Oklahoma Supreme Court's decision in June that monument violates a state constitutional prohibition on the use of public property to support religion. The state's forking over about $4,700 to remove that monument. It's being taken to the Oklahoma Council of Public Affairs offices, Dave.
You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 57 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Classes resumed today at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down the campus. Evening classes were canceled yesterday while police searched. An all clear was given late last night. A teacher strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of the classroom for a fourth day. Educators for McHenry High School District 156 will be on picket lines after a board meeting last night. An emergency meeting failed to produce an agreement. Members of the City Council's Black Caucus calling on Mayor Emanuel to fire Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. Third Ward Alderman Pat Dowell.
We have all supported Superintendent McCarthy in the past, and I think it's just gotten to the point where in all of our wards, we're not happy with the results that we're seeing.
The group claims McCarthy has failed to place African Americans in leadership positions in the department. Consumer credit and debit card numbers may have been swiped at 7 of Donald Trump's hotels, including the one here in Chicago. The hotel company says hackers got access to its systems between May 2014 and June 2015 at the front desk of those hotels. Bow hunters will be able to ply their trade in Lake County beginning this fall. The DNR will be offering an archery deer hunting program at Adeline Geocaris Illinois Beach State Park. The hunt will assist the DNR in managing deer population at the site. Cubs visit the Pirates Wednesday night for a National League wild card game. First playoff appearance for the Cubs in 7 years. Bulls open preseason play tonight against the Bucks at the UC. The news, a service of RCN Internet redefined. Get RCN's MegaFast 155 megabit internet. Fantastic prices. It's mega fantastic. RCN Internet redefined. 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free office or meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
7:05 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Lamont, 83 remains closed at Archer Avenue due to an earlier crash. Eden's inbound delay start at Dempster. 30 minutes Lake Oak to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy is now 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 42 as well. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes Thorndale to the post office, and 38 from Manheim, outbound 49 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, 61 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's 45 from the Tri-State, outbound 51 minutes to 355. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 37 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford, 46. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go, 115th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Adams Tollway jammed Beverly to Higgins with a crash in the left lane. Then from Roselle to 53. Reagan Tollway slow from the Aurora Toll to 59. The Tri-State to the Ike. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Clouds breaking for some sunshine. It will be warmer. Today's high 70. Partly cloudy tonight, low 55. Plenty of sunshine tomorrow, high 70. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
It's 57 right now. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We start with the Cubs, who are on a plane bound for Pittsburgh for Wild Card Wednesday, and a lot of fans here are on their way there.
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley.
On the campaign trail today, Hillary Clinton appeared to have new wind in her sails, given an opening after a political gaffe by a top Republican.
This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that.
When you say Kevin McCarthy doesn't speak, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, in general, we need a speaker who speaks.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
A new day, a new commercial.
Well,
for one Hillary Rodham Clinton.
A new day, a new Hillary. And this is my favorite Hillary.
See, I like the crying one. Which one do you like?
I like the angry, shrill, cackling, morally indignant, vast right-wing conspiracy Hillary. And that's the one we got yesterday on the Today Show.
Yeah, big difference from Saturday night, her appearance to Monday morning. She was a whole different, she had a whole different persona, attitude.
You can only
edge about her.
She can only keep up what passes for the jovial Hillary for so long, and then she reverts back to the mean. And I mean mean in a couple of different ways. Here's mean Hillary, Mean Girls, with Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show talking about Benghazi and how outraged she is at how she has been the victim of partisan politics.
So you mentioned your Republican rivals making hay of this.
Right.
I have to ask you, if the tables were turned and it was Dick Cheney or Karl Rove who had a private email account and a private server on which they conducted all their government business, would you be as understanding?
I would never have done that. Look at the situation they chose to exploit, to go after me for political reasons. The death of 4 Americans in Benghazi. I knew the ambassador. I identified him. I asked him to go there. I asked the president to nominate him. There have been 7 investigations led mostly by Republicans in the Congress, and they were nonpartisan, and they reached conclusions that, first of all, I and nobody did anything wrong, but there were changes we could make. This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that, and if I were president and there were Republicans or Democrats who were thinking about that, I would have done everything to shut it down.
Forget the laugh line that is Hillary Clinton rising above partisan politics. Forget the hilarity of that for a second. She said that we did nothing wrong, but there were changes that could have been made, or there are changes to be made. Well,
that's an admission of guilt.
Well,
I think.
And I also would say that when you have 4 Americans, including U.S. Ambassador, murdered in a terrorist attack, that could have gone better.
Yeah,
something
went wrong.
Call me a partisan,
right?
But that could have gone better, and also the transparency, because I know she prides herself on being transparent, the most transparent person in human history, even more transparent than Obama.
Yeah, I was going to say
even
Obama,
more. No.
He took that first place prize.
Not according to Hillary. She is now most transparent. I guess the transparency is another word that's been redefined in America, redefined. But yeah, so how the response proceeded, the arrest of Nakula, this,
was that the guy who was featured on CNN sipping coffee at a cafe?
He's
Nakula.
He's the video guy.
Yeah. Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
He's the one who still lives in L.A. who put that piece of on YouTube.
Yeah. When they
disgusting. It was filmed in a garage and in front of a chroma key wall.
And they sent Delta Force to get him because he was responsible for instigating the spontaneous riot that occurred at the compound in Benghazi, which, of course, was a planned terrorist attack. And the administration knew it the night it occurred on 9/11.
But that's why there's no trust, because they blatantly lied to us.
Right. So that's another thing that could have been changed. Not that lying is wrong, because Hillary said we didn't do anything wrong. Misleading the American public, not correcting the record, not addressing the substantive questions, the substantive lines of inquiry, even if there was no criminal wrongdoing under constitutional or statutory law. It could have gone better. And so even during her infamous now testimony, where she told Senator Johnson from Wisconsin, at this point, what difference does it make? Right prior to that, and if Senator Johnson had been a little bit more on the stick, right prior to that, she was suggesting this is important. This does make a difference because we don't want what happened in Benghazi to happen again. Well, isn't this the point of the inquiry? And we know there are things that were said by the administration, high up officials, including the President of the United States, that were not true. We know that there are conflicting stories and accounts of whether or not aid could have been and should have been scrambled to help Chris Stevens and his men on that evening. So why is any of this illegitimate to dig into, to unearth, to pore over, and to draw conclusions that on a go-forward basis maybe makes the State Department a little bit better at what it does, and our ambassadors and associated personnel a little bit safer where they're deployed? Why not do that?
It was September 11th. They received cables that they knew something was going to happen, yet they didn't secure the embassy. They did nothing to protect them. She did nothing to protect her friend that she recommended for the position. She has blood on her hands for the death of Chris Stevens, and it's too much to man up finally and just admit it. She has to blame other people. And so she's using Kevin McCarthy's statements that he made about the Benghazi committee in this new national TV ad, where it airs today, folks. So if you have your boob tube, you might see this. It's titled Admit.
The Republicans finally admit it.
Republican Kevin McCarthy saying the committee investigating Benghazi to destroy her candidacy.
Everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together a Benghazi special committee. What are her numbers today?
Republicans have spent millions attacking Hillary because she's fighting for everything they oppose, from affordable health care to equal pay. She'll never stop fighting for you, and the Republicans know it.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
312-642-5600. Is that ad effective?
I would take out the cackle.
Okay,
I don't think that's appropriate. But
Well, she's just say that they have proof that the Benghazi probe was set up to destroy Clinton herself and to destroy her campaign.
Well, she's going to testify before that committee this month, and we'll see, and the American public will see, that Trey Gowdy's committee is nothing of the sort. And Trey Gowdy, who's really been point on this, is nothing of the sort. It's been substantive. It's been measured. Trey Gowdy has not been demagoguing this issue. He has not been, kind of overtly trying to score political points. Everything's going to be examined through a political prism because you have a Democrat candidate for president and a Republican oversight committee or a Republican-led oversight committee. That's the nature of divided government. What are you going to do? But Trey Gowdy has been professional and substantive with the inquiry that he's done and is focused on the four corners of testimony that's been provided, documents that have been requested. Some have been given, some have been not, and he's made those points. And so we'll see, because it'll be another display. It'll be another spectacle of sorts when Hillary Clinton testifies, and people can make their own judgments. I sense that Kevin McCarthy's comments will not buoy Hillary's campaign, at least not for very long, but they may very well tube his candidacy for Speaker.
Yeah, I think...
and maybe they should.
Well, John Boehner has postponed the vote. It was supposed to take place this week. Who will replace him? He's postponed it now till the end of October because Jason Chaffetz, a congressman out of Utah, wants to take his place. He thinks that we need a speaker who speaks.
When you say Kevin McCarthy doesn't speak, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, in general, we need a speaker who speaks. Generally, the speakers have had a very silent role. We haven't won the communications war. We're up against a very talented White House, a very active set of Democrats, and yet we have a void in that we have not taken our message and our communications to the American people and won the fight at that level. And that has to change. And it was the nature of John Boehner. It's not necessarily the strongest suit for Kevin McCarthy. We all have talents and things we can do better than others. And I'd like to fill that role in part to win the communications battle.
And he spoke with NBC News yesterday. He insisted that McCarthy does not have the 218 votes necessary to be elected Speaker.
Well, he may not after those Benghazi comments, and maybe he shouldn't. Chaffetz, in terms of what he said about communication, winning the communication battle, having oratory and, by extension, intellectual leadership coming from the Speaker's office. Good idea.
So you don't think he's a long shot anymore?
I think it's too soon to tell. I'm not there counting heads. I don't know. I think he's an underdog to be certain. And Kevin McCarthy's been okay. He's been decent. He's stood up sometimes. But if we can do better.
Who's more conservative, Kevin McCarthy or Jason Chaffetz?
Chaffetz is more conservative, at least according to his voting record and all the scoring of voting records done. But I have to say, I don't think Chaffetz managed that committee that interviewed Cecile the Lion about Planned Parenthood funding as well as it could have been managed. I don't think that was very well done, frankly. I think it could have been much better coordinated and much more room temperature than it turned out to be. I don't think it was nearly the ambush for her that it should have been based on the weight of the evidence, starting with the fact that they agreed not to play the videos. Well,
right.
That's
the whole point of the argument.
Well, it's like going to trial, going to a murder trial, and say, but we're not going to introduce the murder weapon.
Right.
Yeah, that was a big problem. So Chaffetz, that's a bad judgment call. It wasn't particularly well orchestrated. And by the way, Chaffetz initially suggested Trey Gowdy for Speaker, but Trey Gowdy is
why isn't he running?
Because he's term limiting himself. He's getting out. That's all the indications are that he's walking after this term, but we'll see. Cynthia in Albany Park.
I was wondering, you had played a fast clip about Hillary Clinton. She's still espousing affordable health care. I thought that was already accomplished. All they need to do, the opposing side, all they need to do is show a clip of her standing at the podium announcing about some fake video and that she's going to prosecute the families that were, or the man that was responsible for it. She's lied. She's a liar. She will always lie.
Thanks for the call, Cynthia. Well said. And good point about it. I didn't even catch that right. Affordable health care. Okay. Wait, is that what Obamacare provided? Good point. Quickly, Mike in the north side.
Hi. I blame the Republicans in Congress for Benghazi as much as the Democrats, because right after this happened, the Republicans let the Democrats set the tone. Remember, the Democrats said that the Air Force base in northwest Italy was 1,000 miles away and they couldn't respond. The The Republicans never brought up that the United States is an Air Force base or a naval Air Force base at the southern tip of Sicily, which was only 300 miles away from Benghazi.
Yeah, that was brought up actually by some, and that this is one of the questions that I don't think has ever gotten a fully complete answer. But thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it.
So I don't care.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some clouds to greet you for your Tuesday commute to work, but we should have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Then tomorrow, even better, it's going to be partly cloudy and 70 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The Edens inbound is 32 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Delay start at Gulf Road. Outbound 25. The Kennedy, 42 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 42 as well. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 46. The Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Delays start as far south as 126. And outbound, it's 51 minutes. The Ryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go from 115th to 31st. Then from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Adams Tollway, very slow. Beverly to Higgins, where there's a crash in the left lane. Then from Roselle to 53. Veterans Memorial, stop and go from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and North Avenue to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Doors or windows sticking, uneven floors, new cracks in your drywall or exterior brickwork. Well, this fall, many homeowners across Chicagoland area and Northwest Indiana are experiencing the symptoms of structural issues. Are you aware that these indicators can be signs of damage to your home's foundation? All too often, homeowners pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem. Don't be one of them. Call PermaSeal today, 800-421-SEAL, S-E-A-L. One of their certified structural consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent, customized solution at absolutely no charge. From Waukegan to Kankakee and Hammond to Valpo, PermaSeal has been committed to providing quality, proven products and the superior customer service that you deserve. Call PermaSeal today, 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with the priceless peace of mind. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net, truly known best for being better.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now, and if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under Testimonials and Tales of Wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with those migraine headaches, get your insulin under control, feel more energetic, maybe having better sex, get that libido in gear again, discover why you eat for every emotion, and then get it under control? On medication and want to be off of it? Whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
AM 560, The Answer.
How's your fantasy football team doing?
They're doing good.
What's the name of your teams?
Free Markets.
Free Markets?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It's really riveting.
Thank you.
Do you want to know what the name of my team is?
No.
Oh, my God. You're so rude. AJ's Naked Bootleggers.
Why?
Because the naked bootleg, that's an option.
And why? Oh, AJ. 'Cause
AJ's
you're Amy
naked.
Jacobson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Peyton and Eli?
Peyton and Eli, they're Dos Engaladas. Get it? One Engalada because their last name's Engalada.
Mm.
2 Engaladas.
I got it.
Yeah, so Engalada 1 and Engalada 2.
It sounds like a reptile.
Doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
Yeah, but I'm winning.
or Eli.
I'm beating them, so it's all good.
So that's the only team you have is AJ's Naked Bootleggers?
Yeah, I'm on one team. Family fantasy football.
Do you kind of supplement the household income? You, Peyton, Eli, do you play on these online DraftKings or FanDuel?
No, but we
These
hear.
online
I
sites?
mean, they play those commercials ad nauseum during every single NFL game. It's great marketing, and of course, my kids are like, "Mom, I guess the starting bet is $200." And since I'm doing so
No.
well, they're trying to get me to play that.
There are entry fees as low as 25 cents, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, you know, Dan?
And as high as
Mhm.
$1,000, and maybe I'm in that more.
Oh, do tell.
But so here's a story that's of particular interest to me, as it
Yes.
could impact my annual earnings. Scandal in the world of fantasy. Now, these are multi-billion-dollar enterprises, FanDuel and DraftKings, which is why they can afford all those glitzy commercials, as you just suggested. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But apparently, and this is reported in the New York Times yesterday, breaking news, is effectively insider trading was going on. One of the employees at DraftKings, which is one of the two major companies, along with FanDuel, released data before the start of the third week of the NFL games. So what they were allowing is employees to participate in other. So if you're an employee of DraftKings, you could play on the FanDuel site.
Ooh.
And so it released data. That employee won $350,000 at the FanDuel site, and the data was other people's picks. So you see other
so she
people's.
stole information from smart people and then used it to his advantage.
Because you see other people's picks, and then you can kind of coordinate based on, what you see other people doing. And so this is serious business. And you have this one New Jersey congressman who wants hearings on these sites because they're gambling sites. And remember, it was just a few years ago you could do Texas Hold'em online, and then all those sites were shut down, or sports betting online, and those sites are illegal. And you've had indictments of people in absentia who are operating these sites in tropical climates, where I hope to be someday soon, operating in a legal
I'll bring
site
in a heater,
too.
a space heater for you, and a palm tree.
Sure, thank you.
A little pool.
But this is interesting because it'll be how this will negatively impact people's belief that there is fair dealing going on by DraftKings and FanDuel, just another kind of corporate gaming scheme.
I know, but how were they able to advertise in the first place? Because at first I scoffed at, another congressional inquiry into those two, FanDuel. What's the name? I'm sorry, I'm having
DraftKings
a blonde
and FanDuel.
movement.
Yeah.
Thank you. But now I'm for it because they're not on the up and up. It's gambling.
Well, of course
what
it's
it is.
gambling, but I don't know that that's not on the up and up. You have state sponsorship of gambling. You may have noticed. You're
Yes,
familiar
we
with the
do.
lottery
Yes,
and
I
those
am.
boats and everything else that's coming.
Still waiting to get
Video
paid.
poker machines. That's all state sanctioned. So I don't know why somehow something becomes moral when the state does it. When it's legalized, like legalized crime families, like the Madigans, for example. That's okay. When it's the mob doing it, that's not okay. I'm not sure I understand, if you just look at the behavior, what the difference is.
Winning is, it's like a massage. It's a relaxer. It relaxes you.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, Call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. So mom and dad, after saving for years to send your children to college, you discover A, you didn't save enough, and B, where you've been saving is completely exposed to the college aid formulas, so you get to pay more than you should, and C, your student did not make the best career decision before choosing their college or major. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Don't wait until your student is in high school to figure this out. The earlier you get on the right track, the better your results. That's why Everett Wealth Solutions recommends getting advice from a fiduciary advisor with college funding knowledge. A fiduciary represents you, not a financial institution. They will get to know you and the complete financial picture of your life. For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk to a spokesman for the teachers union up in McHenry County about why the teachers are striking for the kids.
And an emergency landing in something that hasn't happened in decades, we'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 57 degrees. South Carolina's governor says the death toll from massive flooding in her state is now at 9.
Everybody has been very good. The traffic is light. People are off the roads. They have really listened. But those that didn't listen, this is dangerous. This is very real.
Governor Nikki Haley, the NTSB, launching an investigation into a missing cargo ship believed to have sunk off the coast of the Bahamas.
We'll be looking at the voyage data recorder. That will be of utmost importance to try to find that. We'll be looking at any activities or any objects that may be perishable.
The Air Faro had 28 Americans on board, caught up in Hurricane Joaquin when it went down. There are reports Russian fighter jets are hitting ISIS targets in the ancient Syrian city of Palmyra this morning. Republican presidential candidate Marco Rubio not too upset after Donald Trump sent him some bottles of water.
Certainly the water is very high-quality water. It's top-notch water that he sent us.
Rubio telling NBC's Today Show he's grateful for the gift of Trump Ice natural spring water with the billionaire developer's picture on the bottle. U.S. military officials say an airstrike that hit a Doctors Without Borders hospital in Afghanistan was called in by Afghani forces. General John Campbell.
This is different from the initial reports, which indicated that U.S. forces were threatened and that the airstrike was called on their behalf. As has been reported, I have ordered a thorough investigation into this tragic incident, and the investigation is ongoing.
The airstrike killed 22. American Airlines says it's incredibly saddened after one of its pilots died during a flight from Phoenix to Boston.
Syracuse American 550s out of 15,000 for 5,000. A medical emergency. Captain has incapacitated. Request handling for runway 10 landing. American 550, Syracuse approach, roger.
Co-pilot telling the Syracuse Tower there was an onboard emergency. The flight was diverted there. It landed safely. Captain Michael Johnson died of a heart attack during the flight. That woman who bought that $310 million Powerball ticket will unveil herself today as Michigan lottery officials schedule a press conference for about 9:30 our time. The woman with the lucky ticket quit her job after learning that she had won the windfall. A teacher strike in McHenry continues, keeping students out of class for a fourth day. Meantime, a large group of Chicago public school students, fed up with budget cuts and layoffs, held a protest yesterday at Roosevelt, Schurz, and Foreman high schools. Cubs visit the Pirates Wednesday night in the National League wildcard game. Bears' first win of the season comes at a big cost. Center Will Montgomery out for the season with a fractured leg. The news service of RCN Internet redefined. Get RCN's megafast 155 megabit internet at fantastic prices. It's mega fantastic. RCN Internet redefined. 800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager explains what's wrong with liberal thinking.
So Raul Castro, the dictator, got up and he said, we have to pay reparations to Cuba. This is the scenario as painted by the world's left. The problems of Cuba emanate from the American boycott, not from the totalitarian communist regime.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Saturday, be there when the Chicago Wolves open their season at home on October 10th against the Milwaukee Admirals. For more info, visit ChicagoWolves.com. Chicago Wolves, hungry for more.
Get your Plenty card at Exxon or Mobil and start earning points at lots of places.
So I get points for filling up at Exxon?
You sure do.
What about getting coffee at Mobil?
Points.
Streaming TV shows on Hulu?
Definitely.
Points on my AT&T wireless bill?
Yep.
Buying soap?
At Rite Aid.
Buying you a birthday present?
Points at Macy's.
Visiting your parents?
No. You get marriage points.
Oh.
Exxon and Mobil are the only fuel brands that are part of Plenty, the rewards program that lets you earn points at one place and use them at another. Join Plenty for free through a participating Exxon or Mobil station today. Terms and limitations apply. See plenty.com/partners for details.
Howdy, folks. Colonel Sanders here. Time to shake off that boring old weekend and get back to the excitement of labor. You're going to need a good lunch, though. So stop into a KFC for a $5 fill-up with 2 pieces of original recipe chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, a biscuit, a cookie, and a medium drink. Okay, then. I'll let you get back to work now. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Drum thigh side cookie medium drink. Pricing and participation may vary. Tax extra.
7:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens now 40 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. And the Kennedy is 1 hour from O'Hare to downtown. 35 minutes from Montrose, 25 in the Express. Outbound 42 minutes to the airport. Inbound Ike, 58 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 46. The Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 51 minutes. Ryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound slow 120 to 137. Northbound jammed 115th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway packed solid from the Fox River to Higgins. The crash in the left lane, then it slowed 2E to Lee. Traffic Service TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, then see what others paid for it. Lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar's certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, save money, and never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Warmer, clouds breaking for a little sunshine by the afternoon. High near 70, low of 55. 57 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, good morning. So McHenry County High School District 156 teachers are still on strike. We talked last week. Was it last week?
Yeah. No. Monday. What's today? Tuesday. No, last Friday.
Yeah. We talked last week to the school board president.
Wow.
He had one perspective on it. Now let's get the other side. We're joined by Heidi Dunn, who's the Teachers Union spokeswoman. Heidi, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
No problem. How are you this morning?
Good, good. So let me ask you a question. 65% of the McHenry County teachers, by my review of all the salaries, make north of $70,000. 14% make north of $100,000. They're underpaid?
We're not saying that they're underpaid. What we're saying is that we are looking to retain the quality teachers that we have. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep McHenry High School competitive in this area for attracting good teachers and holding on to the ones that we've got.
Well, what's your retention rate?
Well, I can tell you right now that we've got about 20 or 22% of our staff that are less than 4 years of experience. And in the last 3 years, we've only lost 6% of our staff for retirement. So we're looking maybe at an 80-some% retention rate right now.
Well, Well, yeah, the school board president last week said it was more like about 99%. And he also suggested that in terms of applications for available positions, very much like the Prospect Heights Grade School District from a couple weeks ago, applications run in the hundreds for every open position. So, again, in terms of increasing salaries to attract or retain talent, it seems like you're retaining and attracting talent at present.
Well, I don't think that those numbers are necessarily accurate. Our district has released, the school board has released some information saying that they have conducted exit interviews with our staff, and none of our staff who have left the school district have ever had an exit interview conducted with them. So wherever they're getting their numbers about their 99% retention rate, we don't know where that's coming from. Not only has our staff not received any exit interviews, neither has our administrators who have left, nor did our former superintendent who left know of anything like an exit interview.
But I mean, you're suggesting the retention rate is pretty high. It's at 80-some%. And okay.
Okay, hold on one second. So last night we had a Board of Education meeting, and the board presented the Illinois State report card. And based on the numbers that the board itself presented last night, our district is 16th and 17th worst out of 18 retention rates in the area. So we're looking at, that's where we're ranked. In this area, we're at the bottom as far as our retention rate is concerned.
Right, so what do you want? How much more money, what kind of a raise would be acceptable for you?
We're not really talking numbers here. We're talking about a preservation of our salary schedule, which is the ability for us to take a look ahead and our young teachers to look ahead and see, where they're going to be placed as far as this district is concerned in the future. We're talking about the future of our education and the quality of our education in this area. So for us, it's not. Go ahead.
So you're asking for no raise. It's 0%, because as I understand from the school board president, you're asking for the 2.75% plus a step, which gets it close to 5%, and you guys are about 100% apart as of Friday.
We are looking for a raise. I'm not saying that we're not looking for a raise. What we're looking for, what is really truly important to us, is the preservation of our salary schedule, and that is attempting to be taken away from us right now.
But the point is, they are offering you a raise.
That is true.
But when you say the preservation of your salary schedule, translate that. That means you want a step increase and they want to eliminate the step increase.
That's correct. We want a step increase. We also want our teachers to be rewarded not only for loyalty to the district, but also for increasing their education level within the district.
What about job performance? Do you want them to be rewarded for that?
I would love teachers to be rewarded for job performance. Absolutely.
And so if you're if you're about 100% apart because of this disagreement over the step increase, how does it resolve itself?
That's a really good question. Our negotiators are working really hard to come to some sort of agreement with the Board of Education, but we need to have give and take both ways. And right now, speaking on my end, I feel like we've been giving a lot.
So there's 2,600 high school students affected by this. And parents, where do you think they're siding? Because I'm hearing from, when I'm reading about this strike, some parents are siding with the teachers, some are siding with the Board of Education.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, last night at our meeting that we had, the open forum, we had a large number of support on our side and some support as far as the board side is concerned. We're all here. We're trying to do what's best for the community, and I believe that that's true for both sides, for the teachers as well as for the school board. We just have different philosophies about going about it. We believe that the best thing for the community is to keep and attract quality teachers and to keep the level of education in our school district sound. And they're looking a little bit more at the bottom line.
Well, you say keep and attract quality. Again, it seems like you have a high retention rate. And do you dispute the fact that for openings you're getting more applicants, substantially more applicants than available openings? So is retaining and attracting really a problem?
Well, I can't necessarily say about the available applicants that we're getting. I can only speak from the experience of myself. A few years ago, we were interviewing department coordinators for our English department, and there were only 3 applicants. So And that I know for a fact because I was on the interview committee.
You just distinguished the teachers union position from the board position as the board being a little bit more bottom line sensitive. I mean, they have a bit of a surplus for the first time in a while, as I understand it. They want to protect that surplus. Is it? I mean, the teachers are taxpayers. Is it important that the board and maybe the teachers union join them in being a little bit more bottom line sensitive?
I think we have. Our last 2 contracts, we have given concessions in order to help the school district get to this place. And I'm not saying that we deserve anything back because we gave those concessions. But what I'm saying is we have been bottom line sensitive, and together the school board and the teachers union have helped pull our school district out of what was supposed to be a very delicate financial situation. And now, luckily, we have shown that we as a district are fiscally responsible. Listen, nothing that we're asking for is not sustainable by the district. And I know that that's the district's position. But what we are asking for, they already have in the bank the money to take care of this salary right now and what we're asking for the next 2 years.
Now, I don't have to tell you, but this Friday is the big homecoming game. Football players are pretty upset. You know, people want to go to the homecoming dance and all that. Do you think, your gut feeling, that this will be resolved before Friday?
I really don't know. As I've been saying everywhere, I'm an optimist. I've got nothing but hope for what's going to happen as far as the future is concerned. And I know we've got students and parents that are disappointed. We're disappointed too. We want to be back in that classroom. I want to be celebrating at a homecoming game on Friday. We're doing whatever we can to get back in there, quite honestly.
As we learn from our president, the hope is not a strategy. Heidi Dunn, District 156 Teachers Union spokesman, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You have a good day.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds out there. We will have some peaks of sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, lows in the mid-50s. And tomorrow, more sunshine, then clouds, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
They're high too, Amy. Inbound Kennedy, an hour and 10 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. The express lanes will save you 7 or 8. Outbound 42 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens running 40 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 46. The Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Delays start at 1:26. Outbound at 51 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound slow 120 to 137. Northbound stop and go 115th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway jammed 31 to Higgins after a crash. Reagan Tollway slow from the Fox River to 59 and York to 290. Veterans Memorial, it's slow most of the way from I-55 up to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. Andrew Gasser is a McHenry County board member talking about this high school District 156 strike. He posted all the McHenry County teachers and administrator salaries online at his website. I tweeted it at Dan Prof. So if you want to actually take a look at the numbers, you can look at my tweet or go to andrewgasser.com.
I'm going straight to your tweet.
McHenry County board member posted online.
So what are you
helpful.
seeing? I mean, how?
Well, that's how I know, for example, when we talked to that the teachers union spokesman, that 65% of the teachers in 156 make more than $70,000, 14% make more than $100,000. You should look at some of those administrator salaries, too, even though administrative overhead is actually at about 10% in the district, which is not bad. Jim in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning, Dan and Amy. I'll tell you what, I'm a small contractor out here, and I today am calling all my customers and telling them I am not going to do any work until they give me at least 20% more on all my contracts. How would that work? You know, these people need to understand that a lot of us out here are moving backwards, damn it. This is getting upsetting.
Yeah.
The cost of everything is rising. And I understand when this administrator or union person said, well, they have the money in the bank. I'll tell you what, my blood is boiling. That's my money in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't these people understand that? You know, I think we ought to pull a Reagan here and just tell them, you know what? You have the choice to go on strike. God bless you, no problem. We have the choice to hire somebody to teach our children and let them go.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Jim. Didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, we've talked about this. We talked about this in the context of Prospect Heights grade school strike, McHenry County, East St. Louis. East St. Louis has a teacher strike right now. East St. Louis, the average teacher salary there?
It's with 20,000, right?
70.
In East St. Louis?
Yeah. 6% of the kids are college ready, meaning like a 21 ACT.
We played them in football one year. I mean, they didn't even have proper uniforms. I mean, I'm surprised that they make that much money.
$14,000 per kid is spent there. You know, at some point, to Jim's point, there's going to be somebody is going to step up. And when you have intransigence on the other side, I understand people wanting to maximize their earnings, so I don't blame teachers. But when at some point, somebody's going to be pushed too far and say, we're not going to fork over. We're not going to increase taxes. We're not going to deficit spend. We're not going to essentially pay down our surplus for salaries that are above median household income in our communities before you even get to the benefit package. We're not going to do it. And we've got all these applicants, and we're going to put your salary to some kind of market test.
Well,
somebody has to do it.
Back to the Prospect Heights ordeal that happened, the final offer that the board gave the union is what they accepted.
There you go.
So after 7 days, they got exactly where they started.
Joe in Tinley Park.
Yeah, Dan, you made a mistake. You said the teachers make so much a year. Their year is only 144 days.
I understand the point, Joe. I can see the point. Teachers, that they'll work year round, they lesson plan, do whatever during the summer to prepare for the school year. Even conceding that point, even making it an annualized salary, and not addressing Joe's point, which is a point that's raised not illegitimately, even still.
2 weeks for winter break, spring break.
Neil in LaGrange.
I'm a school board member, but in a different district, okay? Had nothing to do with that district. But, when she said that, the school has money in the bank, okay, well, number one, which fund is the money sitting in, number one, okay? Because with public, with school districts, you have multiple funds, okay? And it's kind of disingenuous. But more importantly is that, there might be money in the bank, okay, but the school board has a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers, okay, number one. Okay, number two, if they don't like it and they're going on strike, well, why don't they go get a job somewhere else? Number two, but that money that the school district has in the bank, the pension shift is coming.
Yeah.
It's coming down the road. The only way for Illinois to fix its structural budget deficits and debt is it's crazy for Springfield to be picking up the pension liability for all of the districts outside of Chicago.
Neil, got to jump, but I appreciate the call.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Well, if that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, you men out there, and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. They use the plant stem cell from a Swiss apple. I've been using it for 3 months. My sister Chrissy's been using it. Her skin looks absolutely fantastic. And with its instant effects, which is a separate product, you will see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323.
Hi, I'm Parker Conrad, and I'm the CEO of Zenefits. Zenefits takes all your HR systems, payroll, insurance, time tracking, and we connect them all together so you and your employees can manage them all online in one place. You don't have to deal with stuff like filling out new hire paperwork, health insurance forms. That's all gone. More than 10,000 small businesses use our service, and we'd love to show you what Zenefits can do for yours.
See what Zenefits is all about, and best of all, it's free. Zenefits.com. Zenefits.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:18, an immigration attorney who's in trouble with the feds for trying to help Christians being persecuted come to this country.
And later, if you think you've got problems, wait until you meet this 12-year-old girl from Texas. We'll explain. And Dave Ramsey from Chicago Smart Money, he will be here. Do you ever listen to the Dave Ramsey show right here on this station?
Daily,
yes. Dave Ramsey will be here. And President Obama is heading to Oregon to discuss or to deal with victims, family members, and survivors. And there is one publisher of a newspaper there in Oregon who does not want him to come and visit. All of that straight ahead, plus Mike Scott's forecast and Jim Talamonte with traffic. But it's 8 o'clock, time for Fox News.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The water's receding in South Carolina, but people still can't believe it.
This condo complex has never flooded in the 40 years it's been here, and I had 5 feet of water in my downstairs.
She's in Columbia. The rain has stopped. The sun is out.
People are out able to assess the damage. The South Carolina Department of Transportation just released new numbers. According to the DOT, 328 roads and 160 bridges are closed to travel.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Forest Acres. Thousands are left without drinking water. The rain and flooding is blamed for 12 deaths in the Carolinas. Still no sign of survivors in a cargo ship disaster in the Caribbean. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has more live.
Dave, the El Faro is believed lost, having been caught in Hurricane Joaquin. Now the National Transportation Safety Board is looking into why things went wrong, from the decision to set sail to how the ship ended up in the middle of a hurricane.
An NTSB team of other marine experts with experience in marine engineering, nautical operations, survival factors, and human factors.
The NTSB's Bella Dinzar. The Coast Guard, however, is continuing their search for potential survivors, Dave.
Evan, how many American troops will stay in Afghanistan? That is something the top U.S. commander there will be asked about at a Senate hearing this hour. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
As the fallout continues over a strike that hit a Doctors Without Borders facility in Afghanistan,
I've ordered a thorough investigation into this tragic incident, and the investigation is ongoing.
General John Campbell, the U.S. commander of coalition forces in Afghanistan, will testify at a Senate hearing on the path forward there. Lawmakers are looking at proposals to leave more troops behind than originally planned. The president is weighing a plan that would keep around 5,000 troops in Afghanistan beyond 2016. As of the summer, there are around 10,000 service members still in Afghanistan. Dave.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 57 degrees. It is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Classes resume today at the College of DuPage after a bomb threat shut down the campus. School officials say that threat was received yesterday, forcing students and staff to be evacuated. Evening classes were canceled and all clear was given late last night. A teacher strike continues in McHenry County, keeping students out of class for a fourth day. Educators for McHenry High School District 156 are back on picket lines after meetings last night failed to produce any agreement. Negotiations are set to resume again tonight. Members of the City Council's Black Caucus calling for Mayor Emanuel to fire Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy.
We have all supported Superintendent McCarthy in the past, and I think it's just gotten to the point where in all of our wards, we're not happy with the results that we're seeing.
They say the leader of the police department has not done enough to prevent crime and violence in their wards. A suburban man accused of trying to set off a car bomb outside a Loop bar is being found mentally fit to stand trial. The ruling handed down yesterday after Adel Daoud was ordered to undergo a psychological examination this summer. His attorney says he may challenge those findings. Authorities say an undercover FBI agent supplied Daoud with a fake bomb he tried to set off in front of Cal's Liquors in 2012. Cubs visit the Pirates Wednesday night for a National League wild card playoff appearance. Bears' first win of the season comes at a high cost. Center Will Montgomery suffered a broken leg in Sunday's victory over the Raiders. The Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks tonight at the United Center. The news a service of Massage Envy. At Massage Envy Spa, they know there's nothing like relaxation. That's why their first-time guests can relax with a customized massage for only $49.99 or facial for $59.99. Scheduled today at MassageEnvySpa.com. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Jerry Willis.
From the Fox Business Network, Wall Street poised for a lower open as the first of the third quarter earnings reports hits the wires. Pepsi, one of the first out of the gate, its earnings beat expectations and shares higher in pre-market trading. General Mills recalling 1.8 million boxes of Cheerios and Honey Nut Cheerios produced at a plant in Lodi, California, saying the cereal is labeled gluten-free but actually contains wheat. The recall affects cereal made in July. The company says that wheat flour was inadvertently used in a gluten-free oat flour system. If you were expecting a raise this year, think again. A Towers Parent study shows employer year-end bonus pools are shrinking for the fifth year in a row. In the same survey, employers said they were having trouble finding critical skill employees. They're calling it the divorce of the century. Hedge fund billionaire Ken Griffin and wife Ann calling it quits in a bitter divorce. The trial put on hold as the two enter settlement talks. With a Fox Business Report, I'm Jerry Willis.
8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity isn't going to miss Speaker Boehner.
I started to get mad at crybaby Boehner over the weekend. False prophets, unrealistic, never had a chance to defund Obamacare. And then I just stood back and realized, okay, you're the one that is the crybaby, and you're the one that failed in your position, not me, so I don't really want to hear it.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5, on AM 560. The Answer.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Lamont, 83 remains closed at Archer due to a crash. Eden's inbound jammed. Pratt to the junction. 43 minutes like Cook to Montrose outbound 29. The Kennedy is an hour and 10 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 34 minutes. The Eisenhower an hour. Thorndale to the post office outbound 46 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound 44 minutes. Ryan 30 minutes. 95th to downtown Lakeshore Drive southbound jammed. Bryn Mawr to Fullerton northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State delays are northbound most of the way from 115th to 31st. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway very slow 31 to Higgins after a crash. Westbound heavy approaching Lee. Reagan Tollway stop and go from the Fox River to 59 to York to 290. Veterans Memorials, the live 55 to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Warmer with clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 70. Partly cloudy tonight, low 55. Sunshine tomorrow, high 70. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
55 at O'Hare, 57 along the lakefront, drizzle, and 58 at Midway. Your next news update, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Hollywood 360. Hollywood 360 is heard Saturday evenings beginning at 8.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
We start with the Cubs, who are on a plane bound for Pittsburgh for Wild Card Wednesday, and a lot of fans here are on their way there.
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley.
On the campaign trail today, Hillary Clinton appeared to have new wind in her sails, given an opening after a political gaffe by a top Republican.
This committee was set up, as they have admitted, for the purpose of making a partisan political issue out of the deaths of 4 Americans. I would have never done that.
When you say Kevin McCarthy doesn't speak, what do you mean by that?
Well, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying, in general, we need a speaker who speaks.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan and Amy? Apparently, as part of her makeover, when she was infused with renewed spontaneity and kind of a jovial disposition. Hillary Clinton also had tear ducts implanted because she took to the dais in proposing her hackneyed gun control measures yesterday, and she welled up with tears.
Yeah, I actually, she invited Nicole Hockley to be with her. Nicole lost her son, Dylan. He was 6 years old, killed in the Sandy Hook shooting, along with 19 other kids and 6 staff members. So Hillary, she got personal and she started crying.
Look at the situation they chose.
So many of the parents of these precious children who were murdered have taken the unimaginable grief that they have been bearing and have tried to be the voices that we need to hear.
And she's taken the unimaginable grief and tried to score political points by reintroducing warmed-over gun control pablum from, I don't know, the last 25 or 30 years.
Yes, she wants to, people
Assault weapon ban.
Assault weapon ban. She wants people who've been accused of or charged with domestic violence to not be able to purchase guns. She
Already
wants
the law.
Stalkers not to be able to purchase
Already
guns.
the law.
Yes, and she wants a more stringent background checks for people who want to purchase weapons.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I mean, the problem with the background checks is that a lot of these shooters didn't have any criminal history, and the other problem was to the extent that some did, or some had a history of mental illness that was documented. They fell through the cracks in the system, the existing system of background checks. It wasn't like a background check wasn't efforted in, for example, the case of the South Carolina shooter. The gun show loophole, she wants to close that. Doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, what exactly? Can you explain
another cliche?
The gun show.
If you're a
loophole?
if you're a federally licensed firearm dealer, whether you're selling guns at a gun show or at a gun store, you have to get a background check. You have to do a background check.
So you can't just go to a gun show and purchase a weapon and walk out with the gun.
The dealer has to run a background check or otherwise ascertain that the purchaser has passed one. And if you're a private seller, then you don't have to do a background check. The other point is criminals don't get their guns at gun shows. They don't get their guns at gun stores.
Don't have FOIA cards.
They don't use quote-unquote assault rifles. However, that's arbitrarily defined. As a general rule, those account for a infinitesimal percentage of the number of firearm-related deaths in America on an annualized basis. I mean, those are just the facts. I know that has no particular relevance to Hillary, but those are indeed the facts. And the other thing about this, in terms of mass shootings, and I refer to this Kevin Williamson piece because I think he's got it right on, is we play the shooter's game. And he writes, these acts are dramatic because they are unusual. Not as unusual as we prefer, but they're extraordinary because they're unrepresentative of contemporary experience rather than representative of it. And he makes the point that we didn't have the incidents of mass shootings during Bill Clinton's years, for example, in the White House, but the number of Americans killed by persons with guns during Clinton's 8 years is double that of what it is today. So essentially, Williamson says, you want to talk about gun violence and violence in general, then you have to look at ordinary crime, because this is where the problem is in places like the south and west sides of Chicago and other urban centers. This is where we should focus our attention and not on redundant or irrelevant proposals such as those proffered by Hillary yesterday.
And there's a new proposal this morning. President Obama is on his way to Oregon. He's going to be meeting with the victims' family members and with survivors. And one brother of a shooting survivor wants Obama to quit running the gun agenda. A lot of people, there's a growing chorus of people from Rosenberg, Oregon, who do not want him to visit at all, saying that it's just simply political.
Don't read it, but just encapsulate why they don't want President Obama to come.
Well, the bottom line, Bill, is that a number of people believe that when the president opened his press conference, we still have... Finished counting the bodies on the campus right behind me. We haven't identified whose children were killed and whose were not. And even at that same moment, he is saying some people will accuse me of politicizing this issue. And he goes on to say, but it should be. So he not only acknowledged that it could be politicized, he was doing so deliberately. So now he wants to come to our community and stand on the corpses of our loved ones to make some kind of a political point. And it isn't going to be well received, not by our people, not by the families, and not even by our elected officials.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, if that happens.
Well said.
And he's the editor of the local paper there in Rosenberg, Oregon.
Well said. Also want to just direct people's attention quickly to this piece in the Washington Post from Eugene Volokh, who is a law professor at University of California at Los Angeles, UCLA as we call it. He asked the question, do civilians with guns ever stop mass shootings? And he answers it with 9 specific examples over the last 18 years in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in Plymouth, PA, in Spartanburg, South Carolina, in Winnemucca, Nevada, in Colorado Springs, Colorado, in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, in Pearl, Mississippi. So I'd encourage you to check that piece out in the Washington Post. That's not a fail-safe, just like the government background checks aren't a fail-safe. Just like nothing. Nothing is truly a fail-safe. And certainly what President Obama and Hillary Clinton are proposing in terms of moral indignation, that's not going to save any lives.
Well, one of the survivors, she said that she came forward and said she wished she had a gun, Dan, to be able to protect herself and her students.
Yeah, clinging to their guns and religion, right, Mr. President? Mike in Plainfield.
Yeah, there are 2 things I wanted to say. One was that I think with Hillary Clinton getting all emotional, that it disqualifies her to be a president. We don't need another emotional president. And the second thing is, I like people to not cross our borders. I like them to get the criminals off the street. So I like them to penalize criminals, but I don't want them to penalize the rest of us to pay for the actions of a few. And I think there's far too much of that going on.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. Brian in Lombard.
Yeah, Dan, I thought I heard you say that assault weapons weren't used in mass shootings. I'm fairly sure that they were used at Sandy Hook in the Colorado Theater.
No, actually, that's not what I said. What I said is that these so-called assault weapons, some of which may be included in what Hillary wants to ban, some of which may not, because it's so arbitrary, as was the ban that expired in 2004, that couldn't even muster enough interest among Democrats who had control of Congress to move on. I'm not done. I'm not done, Brian. I am not, Brian. I'm not done.
All right.
The fact is that all rifles account for about 300 gun-related deaths a year. Out of how many, Brian?
Sandy Hook and Colorado Theater.
See you later, Brian. Kelly in Montgomery.
Yeah, Dan and Amy, good to talk to you this morning. Just wanted to point out that on almost a daily basis, more veterans are committing suicide than are ever being killed in mass shootings, regardless of where they're at. Why can't the president put the time and effort into resolving those issues for our veterans rather than these mass shootings?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Kelly. And I made this point before. You want to talk about the cost of life and what we tolerate or don't tolerate in terms of the balance. 2013, 30 Americans killed in firearm-related incidents on a day every day. 28 Americans a day killed by drunk drivers. So what should we do about alcohol? Mike in Park Ridge.
Hi, I'm a firearm owner, but I think, the one political party here is focused on gun control and the other one is focused on mental illness. I think the best indicator of mental illness may be the accumulation of lots of firearms in a short period of time.
I don't know about that. I don't know if
the
that's
shooter's
a psychological diagnosis, but okay, Mike.
Yeah, and the shooter's mother finally came forward, told investigators yesterday that, yes, her son has been suffering from mental illness.
Sean in Elmwood Park.
Sandy Hook, the theater shooter, and this last scumbag, all kids treated for ADHD with prescriptions. So let's start looking there. And the phony, righteous indignation of Hillary Clinton crying over innocent children slaughtered, then why isn't she on the corner of a Planned Parenthood where true innocence is slaughtered and we're paying for it? She's silent on that front. And as you search your brain and you think, what is Hillary Clinton really good at? What is her real accomplishment? You can only come to one answer, and it is selling lies. From the marriage that she says she's involved in all the way to the economic policy endorses. She is one fraud, and that's her real quality. And let's see how far it takes her. I'm curious to see all these morons that support her.
Thanks for the call, Sean.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cloudy start to your day, but we'll have some peaks of sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Tonight, lows in the mid-50s, and tomorrow looks absolutely gorgeous. Mostly sunny, a few high clouds, and a high again near 70. Let's get the travel times and see if it's nice out on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte. Jim going once. Jim going twice. We're going to move on from Jim. And we're moving on to Saul Z. Here's Dan Proff talking about his friend Saul Z.
Thank you. You're welcome. Don't get stuck paying 2 mortgages or living with the frustration of a for sale sign in your yard forever. The answer is simple. Just call Saul Z and the Z team. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home at a price and deadline you agree to. 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, Saul lets you out of the contract. He can do that because Saul spends many more times than the average realtor on marketing. For example, Ossie listed his Wicker Park Bucktown home for 140 days with another realtor. Then Saul Z sold Ossie's home in only 11 days at $41,000 over the listing price. Talk about a difference in results, which is why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home. So go to callsaul.net, that's Saul, S-A-U-L.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
What is unique about America, according to Ayn Rand? Most governments regard some men as sacrifices to others and society as an end in itself. They hold that a man's life belongs to society, which can dispose of him in any way it pleases. That any freedom is only by permission of society, which may be revoked at any time. The U.S. regarded man as an end in himself and society as a means to a peaceful, voluntary coexistence of individuals. The U.S. held that man's life is his by right, by moral principle, and by his nature, that rights belong to individuals and society itself has no rights, and the only moral purpose of government is to protect individual rights. This is what made America special. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy Objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, Objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Checking the roads from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The traffic hasn't gone anywhere. It's very slow from Pratt to the Junction. 43 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 29 at the Kennedy. Still an hour and 10 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound now just 30 minutes. The inbound Ike 58 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 42. The Stevenson an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Rhine is 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow 115th most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway slow 59 to Barrington, Reagan Tollway from the Fox River to 59, and the Veterans Memorial still really slow from I-55 most of the way up to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free consultation so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Individual results may vary. Call 1-800-488-7959. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra 10% off your all-laser LASIK procedure. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free consultation, call 1-800-488-7959. 1-800-488-7959.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so this is a fascinating story. This is an immigration attorney who emigrated to this country from Iraq, Robert DiCalata, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, and has been indicted by the federal government for immigration fraud. And Mr. DiCalata joins us now. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. You're welcome.
So you were indicted for immigration fraud, and the related cases all involve, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, trying to bring Christians, maybe including Yazidis from Iraq who face persecution, death, over to this country. Is that right?
Well, actually, the indictment lays out claims that I helped coach or instruct people on telling their stories who were actually here in the United States. So not bringing them over, but who were here and afraid to go back to their countries.
But they were here with no permanent legal status. Is that the problem?
That's right. Either their legal status ran out, or they had crossed the border years prior. But I would not be able to bring them here. I would only be able to defend them when they're here from deportation.
Well, the government claims they have 12 former clients, but you say they've been harassed and intimidated to testify against you?
Well, I mean, this is all going to come out in the case. I think that based on what we've been hearing, and I'm not really at liberty to disclose details of the case on the radio, but I think I was really looking forward. The hearing has been continued twice for various reasons. I was looking forward to a hearing in May of this year, and unfortunately it didn't happen. There is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind, especially in mine. I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm a graduate of Loyola University Law School. I'm a graduate of... You are, I know. And also the University of Chicago master's degree. I'm very familiar with the conditions of Christians in Iraq. I am well aware, as many are, that this issue was really not as known before as it is now. I stand by my record. I've helped thousands of Christians, Iraqi Christians, Syrian Christians, Egyptian Christians seek protection of the United States. They are decent people, hardworking people. And they have been persecuted in various Muslim countries. A lot of the persecution has been religious persecution, and I think it's very unfortunate and insensitive of the government to bring this case right now, when the existence of Christians in Iraq and Syria and Egypt is coming to an end.
Well, but see, here's the thing. I mean, why would anybody need to coach anybody about their story if they were seeking asylum? Because we know what the reality on the ground is, where, in as you mentioned, Coptic Christians in Egypt and Christians in Iraq, we know that they're being persecuted, and that there's an effort for genocide at the hands of ISIS and other terrorist organizations. So why would there even be any need for coaching?
Well, it's a very good question, and it's a question we would be asking. And I think it is probably a great misunderstanding, either intentional or not. I don't know yet, but we'll find out. But it's a very good question. But I have to tell you, though, that unfortunately there are many in the immigration system, in the Department of Homeland Security, who believe that Christians in these countries are not persecuted. I mean, one judge said to me, and my client who was sitting beside me had his father targeted and murdered because he worked with the United States. The judge said, and I'm paraphrasing, I'd have to get the exact quote, to say that there is persecution of Christians is to cherry-pick the facts or to appeal to emotion or ignorance. And that is stated on the record. And, we've had multiple cases like this where people who are, decent people, hardworking people, being targeted because there is a misunderstanding of what is going on in these countries. And I think now we kind of physically see it with people escaping. There's, more cameras there, but this has been going on since 2003 in particular.
What do you think of the Syrian refugee crisis, and should we allow them here in our country?
Well, here, I have been, in addition to being an attorney, I've been an advocate for our people's rights, for the Assyrian Christians who are natives to Iraq and Syria to seek a safe haven. And if the United States government had agreed to help with the creation of a safe haven in these areas where these people have lived for thousands of years, I mean, they're not just Christians in the abstract, they've been living in these countries for thousands of years. If that had happened before, we would not be seeing what we're seeing today, and that is people escaping. So contrary to what some people have believed about me, that is I have advocated for people to remain in those countries. And I said it in an article that was done about me in 2008. Christians want to remain in their countries, though they're native to that. That's where Jesus Christ was born. He was born in the Middle East. He preached in the Middle East. Syria and Iraq are places where Christianity first began to prosper. I mean, the ancient church of the East, as it's called, the Assyrian church, has been in Iraq for thousands of years, over 2,000 years. So,
Robert,
I'm sorry.
I got to let you go. Robert DeColati is an immigration attorney. I hope you can find asylum from the Department of Justice. If you want more information about his case, you can go to standwithrobert.com, standwithrobert.com. Robert DeColati, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
It's Dan Proft again. I'm a co-host of the show. Gentlemen, when it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy. It can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours, so do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305, or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, our brother in sound, Dave Ramsey, will be here. And if you think you've got problems, wait until you meet this 12-year-old from Texas. Grab a tissue. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 58 degrees. Rain may have halted. Flooding still causing a major problem in South Carolina. The new concern this morning, dams are breaking as rivers crest. That area has seen more than 25 inches of rain in 24 hours. 1,300 National Guard members have been called out by Governor Nikki Haley. The NTSB is launching an investigation into that missing cargo ship believed to have sunk off the coast of the Bahamas during Hurricane Joaquin. The El Faro had 28 Americans on board. The top U.S. commander in Afghanistan appears for the Senate Armed Services Committee this morning. General John Campbell will likely be asked whether he thinks the Obama administration should still go ahead with its plan to reduce the number of troops in Afghanistan to 1,000 after 2016. It's now legal for doctors in California to prescribe terminal patients lethal drugs to help them die. Governor Jerry Brown on Monday signed that controversial right-to-die bill. Teacher strike continues in McHenry County, keeping students out of the classroom for a fourth day in McHenry High School District 156. Members of the City Council's Black Caucus are calling for Mayor Emanuel to fire Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy. McCarthy is expected to go before a City Council committee later today. Customer credit and debit card numbers may have been swiped at 7 of Donald Trump's hotels, including one here in Chicago. The hotel company now says hackers got access to its systems between May of 2014 and June of 2015. Restaurants and gift shops in the hotel were hacked as well. And Vegas is setting odds on humans landing on Mars. It's bad news for NASA if you're a gambler. The Vegas betting site DocSports.com has SpaceX with the best chance of reaching Mars with 5-1 odds, 9-1 the Mars Society, while the Mars One group is third at 15-1. In fourth place, NASA at 80-1. Cubs visit Pittsburgh on Wednesday night for a National League wildcard contest, the team's first playoff appearance for the franchise in 7 years. The Bears' first win of the season comes at a big cost for the offensive line. They lose center Will Montgomery with a fractured leg, and the Bulls open preseason play against the Bucks tonight. The news, a service of TrueCar. Save time, money by downloading the TrueCar mobile app. Configure the new car you want, then see what others paid for it. Lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, money, never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. A check of traffic and weather is next on AM 560.
Get the year-round convenience of an all-season tire, plus winter weather safety on snow and ice with the all-new Celsius tires, only from Toyo. All or nothing.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
True or false? Huntington Learning Center franchise owners earn revenues 61% higher than their closest competitor. True! True or false? You can start a Huntington franchise for under $100,000. True! True or false? Huntington is a respected national tutoring and test prep leader with almost 4 decades of proven results. True! It's true. Opening a Huntington Learning Center franchise is the perfect opportunity to run a business that's both personally and financially rewarding. No previous educational experience required. Our model is simple. We provide you with our winning formula for student success, in-house financing, and ongoing support. You help students from K through 12 achieve outstanding academic results. And in turn, you score phenomenal financial returns. If you're passionate about making a difference and dream of owning a successful business, call 855-823-0000 or visit huntingtonfranchise.com to join the nation's top earning tutoring and test prep franchise. That's 855-823-0000.
In our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Telemonte.
Edens has heavy delays between Pratt and the Junction. We're looking at about 43 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28. On the inbound Kennedy, it's still very heavy, starting around Sayre, an hour and 5 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 30 minutes. Inbound Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 39 from Manheim. Outbound 42 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 1 hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. To Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the Tri-State Tollway, northbound, the delays are from 115th most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Southbound really slow from Eau Plaine to 176. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go 59 to Barrington Road. Reagan Tollway is lightening up. It's still a bit heavy from the Fox River to 59 and York to 290. Veterans Memorial, slow I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Warming up today to 70 with clouds breaking for sunshine. It's 57 right now. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Hey.
And, Amy, always need help managing my money. I don't have
all
the
your
vast,
Benjamin Franklins.
I don't have the vast estate that you do.
Oh,
so
yeah.
my financial picture is not as complicated. It mostly involves debt. And so to help us with that, and he's coming to Chicago to help
First time.
help all of our friends in the listening audience with that as well. He is our colleague, Dave Ramsey. You can hear his show on these very airwaves, Monday to Friday, 7 to 10 p.m. Dave Ramsey, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Honored to be with you guys. Thank you for having me.
So tell us about the Chicago Smart Money Tour.
Well, guys, we're really excited. I mean, since we joined the WIND team, it's giving us access to this market. We've not been able to do an event there. We've been doing events all over the nation for 20 years. And so we're coming there January the 12th, and we're announcing it today officially right here on your show. We'll be at Willow Creek, and Chris Hogan and I will do our Smart Money event, which is where we walk you all the way from broke into wealth, the steps you need to take, the biblical steps, the common sense steps, and the processes that we've used to help 4 million people get out of debt and build wealth.
Well, now, I know the first step is to get a government job, but then what do you do after that?
I think we probably got the wrong show going here.
Yeah, but a lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck. And how does Christianity play a role in your finances?
Well, it's interesting that Christianity plays a role in anything that has to do with our character, and it forms our character. Our worldview does. And so the scriptures deal with 2,500 different scriptures deal with money and possessions. So God is very concerned with how we handle our money. Stewardship is a real part of your spiritual walk. And so getting control of this area of your life it's a part of your spiritual maturation.
That's interesting, right? So we always talk about this kind of in a political context as well, that there's these fiscal issues that have nothing to do with morality or character. But when you overspend, when you're profligate with your resources or other people's resources, that is a matter of, it should be a matter of some self-reflection.
Well, fiscal issues are a matter of character because Jesus said your treasure's where your heart is. So how you handle your money, whether you're a single person, married person with kids, whether you're a city government, a federal government, how you handle your money says a lot about your worldview and your value systems. And so overspending, being out of control with your spending, not having money in savings. Scripture's real clear about these things. It's not to condemn folks. It's just because God loves you and he's got a plan for you. And if you follow his ways of handling money, they work.
All right. Speaking of money, I've recently, about the past 2 years now, I've been attending a church. How much of my salary should I give to the church?
Well, evangelical Christians like me have taught and believed for 1,500 years or so that the tithe is the appropriate baseline response to giving, and that's 1/10 of your income going to your local church. Now, certainly we are called to understand that everything we have, God owns. All we're doing is managing God's stuff for his glory. And so, but the baseline beginning point in our generosity is a tithe. And then, of course, the better in control you are, we teach people to live like no one else so that later they can live and give like no one else. The more in control you are, the more wealth you're able to build, the more good you're able to do with that money. Money's just a tool.
Ben Carson's been listening to you because that's exactly what he's proposed is tithing. Want to just get a sense of, from all of your listeners and all of these events that you do, what are some of the recurring challenges you hear from people in terms of trying to manage their money along the lines you've just described?
You know, almost everything falls under one heading. They're not paying attention. When you're intentional, you don't go do stupid stuff. I mean, you don't go take out a $700 car payment and go, wow, was I smart? What's happening is you got car fever, and you're trying to, buy a car that makes you feel better about you, and you get out of control. And so we don't stop and say, hey, let's go $38,000 in credit card debt and see if that blesses our life. No one does that intentionally, but they go out to dinner, they buy a pair of shoes, they go on a vacation, all doing things they can't afford with money they don't have to impress people they don't really like, and all of a sudden you've got a huge mess on your hands. It manifests itself as credit card debt, as car payments, as a student loan that's been around so long you think it's a pet and you can't seem to get rid of it.
So wait a second. You're telling me I have to turn my Mercedes in?
Yeah. Well, you would like me because I've been driving the same car since 2002, and it almost has 200,000 miles on it. And everybody makes fun of me because it doesn't have heat
or an engine.
Or if I hit a speed bump, Dave, the radio goes out. So I'm trying to be conservative with my money, but yet I have to. I've got 2 kids, and I have to put one of them through college, so it's hard to feed into a retirement plan. But you're also trying to put a kid through school.
Well, you're making a choice. Do I want my kid to go to college, or do I want to drive a better car? And you made an intentional, careful choice, to which broke people made fun of your plan. By the way, if broke people are making fun of your plan, you're right on track.
Thank you. I'll send you a picture of my hobo ride.
And so give us a little bit more color on this event coming up on the 12th at Willow Creek. I know you did a pre-sale, and there's already been a tremendous response. What can people expect?
We hit our VIP list by email in the last 2 days before we go to air here, and we already sold 1,400 tickets. It blew us away, so it's very cool. The tickets are normally $59 to come to these events. These events usually sell out, but right now, because we're launching it on you guys' show today, we're going to sell the next several hundred tickets for $29. Those will usually go in the first day or so after we announce it on a show like yours. So
we can go to DaveRamsey.com.
Yep, absolutely. Or you can call our customer care team at 888-22-PEACE, 888-227-3223. But this is an opportunity for somebody to learn not only how to get out of debt, but how to get control of this area, and for married folks, how to work together on a plan so that you can build wealth, so that you can retire with dignity, send your kids to school, and be able to help others. It's a pretty cool path.
And if I buy a ticket for Rahm Emanuel, will you make a personal invitation so that he can come learn how to get the city of Chicago out of debt?
We'll give him backstage passes, man.
I love it. All right. 20. You heard it from Dave Ramsey. Tickets right now, $29. Get those tickets at DaveRamsey.com or call 888-22-PEACE. Dave Ramsey, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Honor to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hard choices.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're a doctor, turn up your radio. We may need your help next. But first, here's your forecast. Clouds right now, but some peaks of sunshine later this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. And tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds, even warmer, high in the low 70s. Let's get the travel times. Let's see if we have a break on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not much right now, Amy. The Kennedy's still running about an hour and 5 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. It's 35 minutes from Montrose. The express lanes will save you about 10 minutes. Outbound 30 minutes downtown to the airport. It's still heavy on the inbound Edens at 43 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 26. The Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. The Stevenson, an hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound almost clear. Still heavy approaching 294. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, pretty brutal from Bryn Mawr to Fullerton. It's 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe. Northbound slow from the Stevenson to Jackson. It's always lightening up a bit, but the southbound Tri-State is much heavier than normal. Between O'Plain and 176, you'll find delays. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
A big fat thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last year. You know, people who are getting your best sleep ever. You're enjoying your life more. You're waking up feeling refreshed, rejuvenated. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. Don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, sneezing, achoo, insomnia, allergies. Plus, MyPillow is washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American-made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. please use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. Promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
Babylon is on the rise. Every day our culture moves away from absolute truth, becoming a godless culture. Christians must be prepared to live out their faith. In Dr. David Jeremiah's book, Agents of Babylon, you will get an in-depth revelation of the characters and prophecies in the book of Daniel. Learn how to be like Daniel as Babylon is on the rise. Get your copy of Agents of Babylon in bookstores. Learn more at agentsofbabylon.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said, double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it works.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-600-0571. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-600-0571. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-600-0571. That's 1-800-600-0571.
AM 560, The Answer.
On top of spaghetti. Oh, covered with cheese.
Text from our friend the Amish texter. Can Dave Ramsey give his seminar to Obama? Oh, wait, it's based on Christian principles.
Oh, hey-o.
Nicely done.
Well, David Stripley, our technical director, is playing this song because there's a girl in Texas who I want to introduce you to. Her name is Caitlin Thornley. She's 12 years old. And about 3 weeks ago, something bizarre happened. She started sneezing and hasn't stopped.
It sounds like a beatbox.
It's not doctored audio. That is what it's like for her. She goes in these spats where she sneezes at a rate of 20 times per minute, 12,000 times each day. She's sneezing, and it's very, very painful for this girl.
I'm constantly in pain with, my abdomen, and my legs are hurting because I've been weak and I can barely eat.
And she noticed this. This started 3 weeks ago. She's been living in this hell.
So this is some kind of condition she has.
Well, yeah, but the problem is it's a mystery because her family has taken her to 6 physicians. They've tried countless medication, and nothing has worked. And it started after she came home from a clarinet lesson.
Better not go to any physicians in California now that Jerry Brown signed that assisted suicide law.
Maybe she didn't wet her reed properly, but it started after that clarinet lesson.
I thought it was like, oh, I'm allergic to something, or I didn't wash out my mouthpiece the right way. It's just not fun at all.
It's really sad. So
she seems to have a good disposition based on it. Gosh, it's just so annoying.
Well, it's debilitating, really. Yeah. The only relief she gets is when she listens to Beatles music, believe it or not. That helps relax her.
Oh, my gosh.
And
terrible.
She does sneeze sometimes.
That's added punishment.
For some reason, that's what calms her down. She doesn't sneeze when she falls asleep after taking Benadryl. So basically, they have to knock her out every night in order for her to have some peace. The family's consulted, as I mentioned, with...
Now you're just making stuff up.
No.
That wasn't really her, was it?
Oh, yeah. No, that was her mom sneezing. The family has consulted with 6 physicians that I mentioned. They've ruled out viruses, allergies, and again, no medication has worked, but experts believe it could be a stress-related reaction, and her dad believes that might be the case, too.
Anything you talk to her about that irritates her even slightly, you can just see it just spike and just continuous sneezing. You know, it's really easy to trigger.
Maybe they I mean, honestly, this is a radio airwave bullying by continuing to play that. Maybe they should back off on the clarinet lessons.
Well, she hasn't taken a clarinet lesson since. I mean, there's something in there, because you know how you have to wet your reed when you play the clarinet?
So some kind of metaphor?
No, maybe. Did you ever play an instrument?
No.
Your mom didn't make you... Did you play the piano?
No, it's one of my regrets in life. One of my many.
If you could play an
many
instrument,
regrets.
Dan, what would you have wanted to play? If you were forced to play an instrument.
The xylophone. The clarinet.
The clarinet.
The good news for this young girl, though, she gets to be hopped up on Benadryl all day.
Well, no,
it's a good way to pass the time.
So she's trying to maintain a great sense of humor so that she doesn't go crazy. But seriously, they are asking any doctor, anyone around the world who might know how to cure this, come forward.
She could get back at Public Enemy back together, and she could do some beatboxing.
Stop it. I remember the hiccup girl. Remember, you have the sneezer, but a few years ago, you remember the hiccup girl? And she would hiccup repeatedly.
That's a great impersonation.
Thank you. I've worked hours on
clearly.
that.
It's difficult to put up with this pain, and I'm just willing to try anything that will help me. I'm desperate to find somebody out there that has had these, or maybe knows a cure or a doctor.
Did murdering her boyfriend help?
Yeah, she's in the clank now, so she's hiccuping. Nobody's hearing her.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth. And they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they'll last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like sneezing fits, the economy, education, foreign policy. And on the show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstreamideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the discussions we're having here and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask why are conditions the way they are and how can those conditions be improved. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can find out today why the number 47 is important to you as an Illinois resident. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Missing teeth can cause embarrassing gaps in your smile. They can even cause problems with chewing or talking. You probably feel self-conscious, and maybe you've been considering dental implants for a while, but you have concerns. Don't let fear stand in your way to gaining your beautiful smile back. Dr. Joel Akrush and his caring team at Artistic Dentistry understands that most people don't like to go to the dentist. For the last 23 years, Dr. Akrush has helped ease the concerns of more than 11,000 satisfied patients. He focuses on creating custom dental implants that look just just like your natural teeth. The entire procedure is completed at one location with one doctor. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Get the smile you've always wanted. Call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the South and Southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning. David Stripling, Technical Director Extraordinaire. Cesar Perez, the Executive Producer.
Shake and bake.
And thanks to all of you for listening. Text messages, Dan, I really would love to read some of them, especially the ones from Sean, but I think they're a little too dicey.
Yeah, but there's one medical suggestion, breathe in hot coffee or cocoa. That's for the sneezing girl.
Yeah.
I don't know if these home-cooked remedies are applicable, but I don't know. Or maybe Ben Carson could cure.
Yeah, that was another text message. I think they should try it, so we'll tell them hot coffee or cocoa. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. A teacher strike continues in McHenry County at 2 high schools. Chicago aldermen demand the firing of the police superintendent as he goes before an aldermanic committee today. Verizon moving a center to Rolling Meadows and adding 200 local jobs. And the Cubs clash with the Pirates tomorrow. A warmer day ahead. Complete look at weather after Fox News. WIND, Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
Afghanistan is at a critical juncture, and so is our campaign.
The top U.S. commander says the Afghan forces being trained are uneven and inconsistent. He's also talking in a Senate hearing about last weekend's deadly airstrike on a hospital. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
General John Campbell told the Senate Armed Services Committee,
"We would never intentionally target a protected medical